Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as it give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, its land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and a love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, votes and proceedings, 12 August 2020, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, 13, 14, 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, 20, page 21. 22, 23, page 24, page 25, 26, page 27, 8, 29, 30, page 31, page 32, page 33, page 34, page 35, page 36, page 37, 38, page 39, 40, page 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, page 46. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of 12 August are hereby admitted as true record of proceedings. Item listed at the commencement of public business. Presentation of papers. Item 4A, by the Honorable Leonard Attorney General. Honorable Majority Leader, the Honorable Leonard Attorney General.
Speaker, I would want to lay the document, the first one 4A, on behalf of the Attorney General, and Minister for Justice. Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
We may. Thank you very much.
Geographical Indications Regulations 2020.
The regulations are duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report. Me, Chairman of the Committee, Health. Chairman of the Committee on Health. Is there a member of the committee who can present the paper if it's ready? Honorable Doctor. Yes. It's not ready. Very well. Thank you very much. C. Finance Committee.
The Speaker, the Chairman of the Finance Committee is on his way. He's not here yet. And we also have to do a lot of motions and resolutions, most of them standing in the name of the Finance Committee. And
which motion, please? 5?
Mr. Speaker, many of the motions are in the name of the Finance Committee Chair. And there's one that is jointly sponsored by the Chairman of the Finance Committee and the Chairman of the Interior. But none of them is here yet. And that being the case, because the Chairman of the Finance Committee is moving into the Chamber now. So we could listen to him if they are ready with some of the documents. We could go on them.
Honorable Chairman of the Finance Committee, are you in a position to please take item listed 4C? I.
Mr. Speaker, 4C, Roman 1 and Roman 2 are not ready. We can take Roman 3 and Roman 4.
Thank you very much. I.
Request for waiver of income taxes amounting to 174,696,712 Ghana cedis, 50 pesos, on personal emoluments of workers, on additional allowances paid for frontline health personnel for the months of July 2020, August 2020, and September 2020.
The paper is duly presented and for distribution to honorable members. IV.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Communication Service Tax Amendment Bill 2020.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. Yes, honorable Majority Leader, where do you go from here?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I believe we can take motion listed as item number 9.
Item number
9.
Number 9.
9.
Thank you. Honorable members, item listed 9. Item listed 9. Motion. Item listed 9. Motion. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have to take motions listed as 9 and 11 together.
9 and 11 together.
Yes.
Yes. Chairman, you may please go. 9 and 11 together.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed as items 9 on page 6, 11 on page 7 be. Mr. Speaker, I'll present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, what is before the House are two loan agreements. One, an Astra agreement, and two, a commercial loan agreement. First for $74.12 million, and the commercial agreement for $12 million to finance the supply of armored vehicles to the government of Ghana. The Speaker, the Ghana Armed Forces are primarily responsible for the defense of the state as enshrined in the Constitution. Additionally, they are involved in internal security operations with other sister security services for the safety of the general public. Such operations include Operation Gong Gong, which is geared towards maintaining peace in the northern part of the country, Operation Calm Life, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, most of the equipment of the armed forces are obsolete and need to be replaced. The government is therefore keen on equipping the military with modern equipment in the desired quantities to ensure that the military is adequately resourced to work with. Mr. Speaker, in order to achieve this, the government is procuring a loan to finance the supply of armored vehicles for the Ghana Armed Forces. The Israel Discount Bank has granted the needed financing for the project, and it is this agreement that is before the House. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 5, table 1 on page 4 of the report, we have the terms and conditions of the two facilities. One, the Astra facility of $4.12 million, and two, the commercial facility of $12 million. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 6.2 on page 5 of the report are the equipment to be supplied to the military, and the table lists in detail the equipment to be supplied. Mr. Speaker, the committee inquired whether the armored vehicles will be used for peacekeeping operations, and was informed that these vehicles will be used for UN peacekeeping operations when required, but they will primarily be deployed to support internal security operations. The committee was also informed that given the sensitive nature of military procurement, they are often done with less scrutiny. As a result, procurement of military equipment in many countries is not disclosed. However, in line with its policy of transparency, the government has made full disclosure of the entire procurement process. Mr. Speaker, the committee is of the view that the request will go a long way to improve operations of the military towards defending the country. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve 1, the Astra facility of $74.12 million, and 2, the commercial loan agreement of $12 million to finance the supply of armored vehicles to the government of Ghana. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. To second the motions moved by the Chairman of the Finance Committee.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday The discussion with the defense and the leadership was to do this in closed sitting. In closed sitting, as in the time past, some of the military supplies were discussed in closed sitting. Mr. Speaker, I know a number of issues that will be raised by some members, and in my view, those issues do not need to be in the public domain. So, yes, because they are accountability issues.
The discretion?
So, yes, the discussions, Mr. Speaker, in my view, and as discussed with the defense ministers yesterday, it's best to do it in closed sitting so that we can freely raise the issues. I don't think it would be good to raise those issues in the glaring eye of everybody. But if we choose as a house that we can go ahead, fine. But yesterday, some of them were raised with the defense minister, the foreign minister, and they all agreed that we should do this in closed sitting. I was surprised that we chose to do this in an open. Unless if we agree that, well, we can go ahead and whatever the issues, people can raise them. But I would have preferred that, like we've done in some time past, these are accoutrements for our military, and it is not best discussed in open chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
Speaker, we had some discussions yesterday. Unfortunately, the chief whip for the minority was not in the chamber. But we had the discussion with the deputy minority leader and indeed the majority leader, and we agreed that you fashion a way, because the reports had already been distributed anyway. And we said if there are any matters that could be raised subsequently, we'll raise them. We have an arrangement, because some of them we may even have to seek direct answers from the not only the minister, but in some of the generals. So we said to ourselves that we will manage the discourse, which is why we said yesterday that it will just be to the ranking member and the ranking for Defense and Interior and Finance, and then leadership. As that was the discussion that we had with the minority leader and the deputy minority leader. As I said, unfortunately, the chief whip for the minority was not around. And I would have thought that maybe the communication would have gone to him, which is why before we started, I asked the deputy whip to see him so that we conform to that agreement. So that is it. If anybody wants to go outside the arrangement and make his own thing, it's left to the person. But this is the arrangement that we had amongst ourselves. Yes, I believe the members who are here will respect the format that we agreed with ourselves. The Honorable Agaga is here, and I call to even personally engage him, and so on. But critical issues we can have a platform to deal with. Because, Mr. Speaker, all of us acknowledge the fact there should be civilian control over the security forces, and they should respond quickly to us. So that is the agreement, and I believe that we can proceed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majority Leader. We will proceed to discuss. I just want us to note that in all democracies, matters relating foreign relations, national security, defense are regulated in a way. In this connection, I, as the referee here, will ensure that we don't go, if any person decides to go overboard, I will keep the discussion on track. Because matters regarding military power, military issues cannot be toyed with. It's not done anywhere. And if our advice that we show maturity, that we are capable of appreciating these matters. If there is any feeling that this is not being appreciated, it is my duty to ensure that the right thing is done. So, honorable members, don't apply your own decorum and appreciation of the technical nature of certain issues of national concern so that you don't allow me pin and stop you. But where I have to, definitely, it's very easy for me to do my duty. But I trust that it will not become necessary. Because no nation goes with a shopping list saying, we have got so many armored cars, we've got this, we've got that, which are lying, so many lying in Birmingham, and so many lying in Usher Fort somewhere, or it's not done anywhere, whether in Britain or Russia or America. So it's for you to show that you also know the best practices. But where the best practices are not followed, it's for me to ensure that the debate does not meander into murky waters. So very well. Shall we? As the honorable majority that says.
The Speaker has said the Honorable Champon is on his feet.
Yes,
and he will begin the debate.
He was on his feet, actually. Yes, honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, once again. To second the motions moved by the Finance Committee Chairman, item capture under page 6 and 7 of today's order paper to approve a loan facility of $74,120,000 and a commercial agreement of $12 million facility to procure an armored vehicle for our security services. In this case, we are referring to the Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, as you rightly said, many of the issues borders on our national security. So we need to know how to deal with those issues. We raised a lot of issues at the committee level. We requested for the unit cost and all, and some of the items we can share it with domain. But clearly, as a committee,
Yes. Order.
as a committee member or as a house, Mr. Speaker, at all times we have to make sure that there's value for money of anything that we do for our dear nation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were told at the committee level that they will procure 8x8 armored vehicles, 6x6 armored vehicles, and other ammunition to deal with our internal security. At the committee level, we asked them if these armored vehicles will be used for peacekeeping operations. We were told at the committee level that as we speak, they are procuring these armored vehicles for our internal securities against external attacks, terrorism, and all that. But when the need arises for either UN or any other body to require on us to support any international peacekeeping operations, because these machines will be fit for purpose, they can be used for other international operations. So in this case, we need to augment the fleet of our vehicles that we have for national security, so they can also deal with our internal security, as well as the external attacks from other aggressors and all that. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the cost component that they gave to us, like you say, certain things you can't share in the public domain. So, as a committee, the only thing we are praying for that there should be value for money, so that the amount of money we are spending to procure this armored vehicle for our security operations or our security personnel, we know that we spend so much and we are getting so much for it. Because, Mr. Speaker, in terms of security issues, you can't segregate MPP and DC and say, I don't belong to this party or belong to the other party. It affects our entire life. So we need to take security matters very seriously. But it doesn't mean that taking security matters very seriously will not ask for value for money. Quality of the equipment that we are procuring, that they can stand the test of time, so that we can make sure that going forward, even if we are going to procure another armored vehicle, another ammunition, we know the stock that we have so that we can augment what we are adding on. It's not like we are just throwing money, because we are taking loan facility for this purpose. Even the 74 million that we take, Mr. Speaker, the insurance facility is $6,120,000 US. So it's very expensive facility that we are taking, Mr. Speaker. So whatever we are getting from it must stand the test of time, so that in terms of any aggression, God forbid, Mr. Speaker, we know that our men in uniform can also be in a better position to protect our sovereign nation, so that when we are going to sleep, we know that at least we have people out there who will give us the needed protection that as a sovereign state we may require from them. With these few observations, Mr. Speaker, I think in terms of security issues, you can't joke with it. I support the motion, and I call on other members to raise the critical issues. I thank God the minister responsible for defense is here, and he will take all those issues on board, because he told us that we can look at Switzerland, the cost of those armored vehicles in Switzerland, to compare with what they are quoting to us, and compare the prices, and see that if you are getting value for money. So internationally, we know the cost of it. So if you compare about 4 or 5 nations, how much did they pay for those armored vehicles that they procure? Within our contemporaries, how much are we paying? So that the loan that we are taking to procure these armored vehicles, we know that there's value for money. So that we can say that we've given our security institutions the needed resources. So the onus will be on them to also give us the needed protection. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I've been able to navigate very well to your expectation. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yeah, this is a very important request before the House to provide equipment to our armed forces. Mr. Speaker, the funding is 100% provided for this, the purchase of this equipment for the armed forces. Mr. Speaker, we are confronted with some potential threats along the borders, and we understand this is going to improve our security situation at the border. Mr. Speaker, at the committee meeting, all relevant questions were asked, and information that was not provided in the memorandum to Parliament was supplied by the minister to the chairman, and then it was perused also by the ranking. So we presume that any information that should not come to the public domain is already known by the chairman and the ranking. Therefore, we presume it's also known by the House. Going through the facility, the letter of the financing terms, going through the financing documents, the Speaker, I realized that there was a special condition that was provided under the terms. And the special condition was that the financing agreement to the commercial agreement, the two are connected, but special condition to separate them. What that means is that should there be a default on the part of the suppliers, or even on us, not to ensure we get what we need, the financing will still have to be paid. So whether we get it into Ghana or we don't get that into Ghana, the monies must be paid according to the special. And this is a very good observation that I thought I should bring up to the attention of the Minister for Defense. I'm sure he saw it, he knows about it. So we don't pay money when we don't have the arms with us. Mr. Speaker, I think that extended due diligence could enhance what value for money issues will all be addressed with enhanced due diligence. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion for the monies to be paid to buy the equipment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Agaga.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the motion. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I'd like to invite you to make a definitive announcement on a matter that was thoroughly debated yesterday. The Speaker, the first Deputy Speaker was in the chair, but at the conclusion of the debate, I wasn't too sure about the position of the House. And Mr. Speaker, the issue has to do with value for money audits. Yesterday, when a loan agreement was presented to this House in the form of a motion, the issue of value for money audits came to the fore. It appears in times past, had occasion to make some pronouncements that when loan agreements of this nature come before House, they should be accompanied with value for money audits. But some arguments were made to the contrary, that value for money audits are supposed to be done at the ministerial level. The counter argument was that if Parliament has to perform its oversight mandate well, we should be in the position to carry out our own value for money audits. And so, Mr. Speaker, given the fact that the decisions given by the chair are not binding on successive parliaments, they only serve as a guide, maybe we should have another definitive pronouncement on this subject so that we all be guided moving forward. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, there is no gainsaying that we need to sufficiently equip and to retool our armed forces to defend the territorial integrity of our country, especially at a time when there are several emerging threats such as terrorism and so on and so forth. And so, Mr. Speaker, the procurement that is about to be made, I believe, is in the best interest of our country. But we need to take the value for money issues very, very seriously. Mr. The armed forces intends to establish new units. They made it very clear that a new armored unit is going to be established, and training school is going to be established at Sunyani, and another one of those would also be established in the region in Tamale. That makes it very relevant for them to acquire the new armored vehicles they are talking about to start those new units. I think that the time has come for us to begin to expand our armed forces. So the new recce units, I think, comes in handy. And those words, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Achembu. Oh. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to support the motion moved by the Chairman of the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, at this stage, every Ghanaian will be quite happy that the government is thinking about the security of the nation, given what is happening within the sub-region. Mr. Speaker, in literature available right everywhere, especially on the internet, about the security situation in the sub-region, it behooves that we as a nation to be up and doing and being able to guard, especially our land borders, given what is happening in our neighboring countries, especially within the Sahelian region, with the projection that with the current activity happening within the region, their ultimate aim is to get access to the sea so they could actually promote their nefarious activities. Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity of going to our northern neighbors, Burkina Faso, sometime last year. And it was instructive to learn that in a country like Burkina Faso, about half of the nation was not under the government because of the activities of terrorists and other outlawed organizations. With this happening on our northern borders,
we need to actually take steps to guard and ensure that those activities do not come down south and does not affect activities within our jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, I think that the House will have to support, and we have shown from discussions so far that this will unanimously, the House is unanimously support this move, and I continue to urge us that being a security matter, we go and we actually discuss what needs to be discussed in plenary, and other issues will have to be taken on the other level. The immediate speaker before myself mentioned the fact that there are new units being established by the armed forces, but those units have not been able to be operationalized just because the armed forces do not have the requisite tools to get them up and running. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I support this, that we get these tools to enable these new units stationed in Tamale and Sunyani up and running to be able to guard better our territorial areas. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, like we all agree that matters that have to do with our military are very sensitive issues, and therefore, as much as possible, we should try to be mindful of government in a way that does not undermine our national security. Mr. Speaker, also in doing so too, we should also be mindful of accountability on our side, on our part as members of Parliament, to be able to hold the military to accountable in whatever endeavor that they try to pursue. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important issues that I want to raise is the issue of the value for money that have been stated. A number of times in this House we say, or we approve subject to the value for money and details being brought back to the House. And many times, after you've done this, you never get to hear from the ministry again. Mr. Speaker, yes, if you look at paragraph, part of the conclusion, this was stated about most of the details are usually not put out in the public domain. I agree. I mean, those of us who've been in this House for long will attest to the fact there have been instances where we have to do this in closed sitting. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the value for money is very, very important, so that we're sure that we are getting this equipment at cost not detrimental to our state. Mr. Speaker, secondly, there's an amount of 12.5 million that have been lumped up, and even at the committee it came up that we need to segregate them so that we'll see the cost lines. Because, Mr. Speaker, there are about 7 items, and those 7 items, they just, in the document, you just see it as training, and it was tagged 12.5, a little over 12.5 million Ghana cedis, $1 million. Mr. Speaker, when the details were sorted, was asked, said that, oh, it included warranty, it included parts, spare parts package, it included field trials and acceptance, support for practical training, about 7 items. It is important that these items be properly itemized and their cost associated with them, so that you'll be able to see how much is going to each part of this program or activity. Just lumping them and giving them one heading, and then you provide a verbal or some details that do not indicate each and every one of them is going to cost. So I hope maybe when the Defense Minister gets the opportunity to speak, he may be able to give us the line items that total the 12.5, so that at least we know exactly when we are approving this amount of 12.5, these are the individual costs built up to that. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, because of our own agreement to guard what we do, what we are going to say much about this. Mr. Speaker, we need to be mindful about the source country, and where the equipment is being manufactured. When we say we are going to use it for peacekeeping, Mr. Speaker, we all know there are some countries in this world, by just associating them, you unnecessarily attract hatred for yourself. And Mr. Speaker, if you are going to use those host countries and their equipment in peacekeeping, if you are going to use them only internally, I will say that will be fine. But where you will be using them for peacekeeping, let's be mindful, because we could unnecessarily expose our men and women to unnecessary risks. I hope the Minister for Defense, as he said, will deploy them in our country, and where it is necessary, we'll use them on peacekeeping. I would prefer that we're going to use peacekeeping. We'll try as much as possible, if it is possible, to avoid the use of this equipment that we have because of the source country and the manufacturing countries. This, Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that the few concerns that have been raised, the Defense Minister will do well to get them, if not even today, he will do well to get us there, so that at least we will know that as we approve this, these details are known to us. This comment, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you once again for the opportunity to contribute, and I hope that the House will approve to enable us strengthen our military. Our military, they are supposed to serve our Constitution. And a number of times, the Defense Minister and I have had a number of discussions, which I do not intend to repeat on the floor. I hope he will take all those things on board, so that we will have a force that is capable and able to defend the integrity of our country and to defend the citizenry, not some of the incidences that we are hearing now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make a few observations and remarks about the report before us. Mr. Speaker, this report is a report from the Finance Committee and is on the finance agreement. We are not there yet into the contract agreement. It's the finance agreement. And looking at the finance agreement, what should be our concerns? Mr. Speaker, our concerns as a House should relate to the object, what the amount that we are contracting is meant for. Mr. Speaker, the object of the loan, we are told, is to secure funding to procure armored vehicles and ammunition for the Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, the amount involved in this case is $74,120,000 United States dollars, and it's from an Ashra facility. Speaker, it comes with another component, a commercial loan of 12 million United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, the concern for us at this stage, as I have indicated, is to relate to the total cost involved, and as I keep saying, the terms and conditions of the agreement, of the facility, that should concern us now. What should also concern us, Mr. Speaker, would be the effects generally of this loan agreement on the economy, how we intend to pay back and so on. That should be the concern of this House at this moment. Mr. Speaker, it is the reason why members have raised issues relating to value for money. That is legitimate. But to go to source countries and so on, and maybe the details about what the procurement is going to go for, it will relate to the contract agreement. So if there are any observations, Mr. Speaker, I would say that I think, unfortunately, because the ranking member for defense came into the fray, it was made to appear as if we are debating the contract agreement yet. We are not there yet. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, I believe the terms and agreement, the terms and the loan facility, to me are favorable, and they have been captured on page 4 of the report to us. If there are issues that we have to interrogate, they relate to table 1. Thus far, the speakers who have spoken before me have expressed comfort in the terms and conditions. They are a commercial facility. The Speaker, it is the reason why we needed some due diligence to have been conducted. I keep saying that the House, the committees, have the charge, if they don't have due diligence report from the ministry, to at least engage experts in the field. Unfortunately, almost every time we hit the same hurdle. It's like the committees don't submit themselves to that. They don't avail themselves of that opportunity, which is unfortunate. But, Mr. Speaker, I think we should come to some conclusion on this as a House. When facilities are brought to the House, which are not accompanied by value for money audit reports, the committees, the relevant committees, should seize the opportunity and interrogate same, invite experts, and submit them to the experts, at least for some preliminary study and report to the committee. That will inform the debate in this House. Short of that, Mr. Speaker, we are shortchanging ourselves. And I think that is not the best way to go. But perhaps as we grow as a House, as we grow as individual members of Parliament, we shall come to terms with this and, Speaker, avail ourselves of the opportunity. As I said the other time, for this year, we set aside 5 million cedis. No committee has assessed that facility. The money is lying there. Not one has availed itself of that. So, Mr. Speaker, I would strongly urge, I hear a colleague say to me, COVID. That amount has not been utilized by any COVID expenditure. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I hope that we are able to pass this soon enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, order. Is the Honourable Minister of Defence inclined to making any remarks?
Mr. Speaker, just to thank the members of the Finance Committee of Parliament and Parliament itself. When I visited the committee, in fact, when I was appointed by the committee to assist them in their deliberation, they were extremely very gracious and very civil and very cooperative. And, Mr. Speaker, I will not be doing myself and the ministry and the people of Ghana any good if I don't acknowledge the way they conducted themselves in this particular loan agreement. They were very sensitive to security matters. They're also very, very sensitive to the needs of Ghana and the fact that we need to protect ourselves. And I need to make that comment very well and loud and clear. And after listening to what members have said from both sides of the House, it's clear to me that the same sentiments have filtered onto the floor. I just hope that the same sentiment will filter onto the fourth realm of our governance, which is the press. The same sentiment will filter too. There are several security challenges that keeps evolving, especially that face this nation, and so we need to be very careful what we let out about what we have, Mr. Speaker. So I want to thank members very much. As for value for money, value for money takes various forms. The public procurement will do their own value for money, Parliament will do their own value for money, the Ministry of Finance will do value for money before, as I've come to know and as I've come to experience every time, before the contracts are finally executed and concluded. But just to give members assurance that this top-notch quality equipment that the armed forces have been looking for a very, very long time. And I'm glad that members are very supportive of it. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the amounts and the types and the specifications, when the committee itself makes their case and there's a need for me to clarify, I will. But for now, I just want to thank the members of the Finance Committee for what they have done and the assistance given to the ministry and to the people of Ghana and ultimately to the armed forces to be able to use to defend all of us. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favour of the motions numbered 9 and 11 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motions are adopted accordingly. 10. Honorable Minister, and I think it will be 10 and 12.
The Speaker, especially if we can deal with the motions listed as item 10 and 12. 10 and 12. And I would want to entreat us to allow the Minister for Monitoring and Evaluation to stand in for the Minister of Finance to move the motions for the adoption of these resolutions.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister. Motion listed 10 and 12. That is the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the items number 10 and 12 on today's order paper 6, 7, and 8 be adopted now. I so move.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolutions 10 and 12 are accordingly adopted. Honorable Majority Leader.
The Speaker, item number 7.
Item 7.
The Speaker, I rise to move motion number 7 on page 4 of today's order paper. And in so doing, I present the Committee on Defense and Interior's report, and I invite the Council Department to capture the entirety of the report as I read excerpts of the report. The Speaker, observations, justifications for the contract. The committee observed that the current threat of terrorism and land border threats from neighboring countries, especially from the Sahel region, and the recent maritime boundary dispute between Ghana and its eastern neighbor, and the attendant consequences, compels Ghana to adequately position itself to handle such global security challenges. Logistics of all types and specifications play a pivotal role in the operation of the military to guarantee peace and security. Unfortunately, these logistics are in very short supply, which tend to undermine the otherwise laudable efforts of the Ghana Armed Forces. It must be observed that attempts over the years to acquire these logistics, to augment the existing fleet of the Ghana Armed Forces, and to replace obsolete ones have not yielded much success. It is therefore imperative that these logistics be provided to the military to combat the threats of terrorism and also assist other security agencies to manage internal conflicts in defense of the security of the state. The government of Ghana, in pursuit of the above, has entered into a contract with Elbit Systems Land Limited of Israel for the supply of logistics for the Ghana Armed Forces. Conclusion. The committee is of the considered view that the request will undoubtedly improve the operations of the military towards defending the country, support the establishment of a more robust and combat-ready military, committed to ensuring the development of the military through enhanced, realistic combat training, featuring multi-service exercises and mobility operations. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Defense, and Elbit Systems Land Limited of Israel, for an amount of $80 million United States dollars
for the supply of the armored vehicles to the government of Ghana. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to speak in support of the motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior. Mr. Speaker, as I earlier observed, the loan agreement is aimed at equipping the Ghana Army to be able to perform its traditional mandate of defending our territorial integrity to the best of its ability. And so, Mr. Speaker, one cannot but to support such an endeavor. Mr. Speaker, at the committee engagements, it was made very clear that the Ghana Army intends to establish the 154 and 155 armored units, which would be based in Tamale and Sunyani respectively, to aid the operations of our army in light of the emerging security threats that we have on our northern frontier. There are also some challenges on our eastern frontier, and so it is important that we equip and retool our armed forces to be able to protect us. Mr. Speaker, the committee has had the occasion to visit the Ministry of Defense, and on that occasion we paid calls on the Air Force, the Navy, and the Army. And so the challenges that confront them, we are very much privy to. And so it is very, very important that when agreements of this nature come before us, we refrain from the usual politicking and put all hands on deck and support a national. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we made a very quick observation that we have to, yes, retool and equip our armed forces, but a conscious effort should be made to reduce the visibility of our armed forces in civil operations. Unless, of course, it is very compelling, we must restrict them to the performance of their traditional mandate of defending our territorial integrity. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I wish to call on all to support the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I once again rise to support this motion and to say most of the comments that was earlier said equally affect this report. So I will not have to go virtually through all of them. Except to say, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the paragraph 6.2 of the report, committee's report, where they talked about the title is Value for Money and Transparency of Purchase. There, the caveat given that the Ministry of Finance has tried to do the due diligence or the value for money by itself. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be tenable. We know that the Ministry of Finance cannot do that. So we need to try, as a matter of fact, try to get real value for. Mr. Speaker, also in relation to this, when the majority leader was talking about the budget that we created in Parliament to enable committees, such experts and consultants to be able to assist them when reports or referrals are made to them. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the past 3 weeks, the volume of work being referred to Finance Committee, I mean, it goes without saying. You are virtually on their toes, asking them to hurriedly generate reports. What time are they going to get a consultant to do any work for them? Mr. Speaker, because if we really want our committees to be able to work diligently, we need to give them ample time. Because no consultant or expert will receive document from you and you tell the person that peruse it today and give me a response tomorrow so that I'll be able to include it in my report. That becomes difficult. That would mean that our ministries, our government agencies that intends to bring business to Parliament must bring them in time so that we'll be able to go through the rudiment of scrutiny. But if it is rushed and you hardly, many of the, if you look at the standard, the order paper today, many of the business are being stood down. The orders are being stood down so that you can carry them in time, so that we can write. In that circumstance, how can a chairman of a committee or committee sort of advice? Because I can bet you, I know with this one, even myself gave someone to hardly go through it. When yesterday in the evening I was calling, oh, do you have anything? They said, but you just gave it to me the day for yesterday. I said, yes, but that's how soon we need it. No, that's not practical. Because I need to take my time to do so. When anything I'll tell you, I know you may go to Parliament and raise it. And even though you may not mention my name, my integrity is, so I need time to do it. So he couldn't submit anything to me. So I want to urge that, leader, yes, buy the money. Let's be able to guide and give adequate time so that that money can be properly utilized. But when we refer matters to committees and expect them to report within 24 hours, you can't get any expert or consultant under this sun who will take a business from you and quickly, hurriedly do all this within 24 hours and report to you. So, Mr. Speaker, with this comment, especially where the ranking on defense and interior, what my discussion with the defense minister was, the participation of internal operations where military comes to team up with the police is very useful, but we must do it only when it is very necessary. Because other than that, the neutrality of our military itself will be put to question. And like I said, I don't intend to raise all the nitty-gritties of our discussion because of the nature of this report that we all agreed to do to protect the integrity and sanctity of our military. I will not raise them, but I hope that all the comments that are coming, the defense minister will take them in good faith and try to work at them so that our country and our military will remain very strong and seen to be very neutral in everything that they do. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, once again.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you once again for the opportunity to make a brief comment on this report before us and to urge colleagues to adopt this report and by that approve of the request from the Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, the rationale for this facility is that there is currently a threat of terrorism and other land border threats from neighboring countries in the sub-region, in particular from up north. Mr. Speaker, these armored vehicles that the nation wants to procure, we are told, are suitable for all terrains. Mr. Speaker, the last time the armed forces procured such vehicles, we are told, is about 10 years ago. And the urgent need has arisen because of the circumstances of our times to ensure that we purchase these not only for the armed forces to engage in combat or peacekeeping, but also to allow them to train with modern equipment. Mr. Speaker, the armored vehicles usually are known by their operational efficiency, the maneuverability of the vehicle. That is what the armed forces will be looking out for. And the rigidity or robustness of the vehicles. The Speaker, those are the typical features that the armed forces look for. As for the source of the procurement, you all know that Israel certainly possesses the wherewithal, indeed the competence to manufacture one of the best armored vehicles in the whole world. They are one of 3 countries that manufacture the best of these facilities. So, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind that this is purpose fit. The Speaker, having said so, I agree with the minority chief whip about the fact that we need to afford time and space to the various committees when referrals are made, so that if they have to engage on their own, experts and consultants will have some time, enough time. The Speaker, in Parliament, there's never enough time. There's never enough time for anything. That is why we really count on the competence, Parliament as an institution, and of individual members of Parliament. And yet, we all acknowledge that it's not possible for every member on a committee to be an expert on his own. The Speaker, sometimes when referrals are made to committees, the committees will sit on it because, of course, they will be inundated with business. What a committee that has so many assignments will have to do is to form subcommittees and refer these matters to them, which the committees don't want to do. And Mr. Speaker, we are covered by Order 194 that the committee should do that. The Finance Committee chairmen have some uncanny ability to hold on to everything. Also, Public Accounts Committee chairmen, they have the uncanny ability to sit over referrals and not form subcommittees to deal with them. Mr. Speaker, it is one matter that we should confront. Let the committee chairmen liberate themselves, form subcommittees to deal with referrals to the committees. They never want to delegate such functions. It's one source of worry. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe we all agree that this facility is really necessary for the defense, protection, to secure the peace, stability, and unity of this country. And I believe that we can all applaud what the ministry and indeed the minister is doing. Certainly, we can't have enough as of yet, but to urge the finance minister that they require to still provide sufficient funding for the Ministry of Defense. Maintaining peace comes with a cost. We should recognize that. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I will urge all of us to support the committee's report and at that same, and by that approve of the request from the Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether the Honourable Minister for Defense may want to make a few remarks.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier and as I did earlier, I was given similar treatment by the Committee on Defense and Interior. They were very cooperative as well, and they were very, very supportive of the activities of the armed forces to enable them protect and defend this nation against aggressors and people. But, Mr. Speaker, the value for money audit is done the Ministry of Finance. Largely, this nation uses Crown Agents, which is a UK-based company, to do a lot of our value for money audit. And they do it through the Minister for Finance or the Ministry of Finance. So if the committee reports that the Ministry of Finance will do the value for money audit, it is not the ministry itself they are talking about. It's the Crown Agents or any other agency chosen by the ministry to do that value for money audit. And it's always been done. It's been done for the last, I think, 15 to 20 years. Crown Agents have been doing that for us, and they keep doing the same thing. But the assurance I want to give this nation is that this armed force, these armored vehicles, the APCs that are being procured are some of the best you can find on this globe, and they'll be used appropriately. In fact, they are comparable to the MOACs that were bought in the 70s, and they served this nation faithfully for more than 30 years, and some of them are still. The setup of this loan and the structure of these sales will enable the armed forces use these vehicles for more than 30 years. And the vehicles will not be used for peacekeeping purposes. The nature of these vehicles are to be used to defend us as a nation and to serve us a piece of equipment that will give a deterrent to anybody attempting to destabilize this nation, either inside the nation or from outside the nation. So, Mr. Speaker, the armed forces have been looking for this equipment, as I said before, for a very long time. Finally, this nation has, through this government, decided to re-equip them with this type of equipment, and I think that it is kudos to, I would say kudos to all of us. I would say congratulations to Parliament, and I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, as well for what you are doing for this nation through the armed forces. But, Mr. Speaker, I again would assure the nation and Parliament, especially the concern raised by non-minority, that the armed forces of this nation are neutral and will continue to be neutral. The armed forces are for the people, they will serve the people, and they will continue to serve the state. They are loyal to the state and they are neutral in their activities. And I don't believe that there's any government that can ever use the armed forces for nefarious activities, especially not this government. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said before, it is imperative for the armed forces to set up an armored regiment in the north, particularly in Tamale, because the current threat of this nation, especially the threat of terrorism, is coming from that side. But that is not to say that the threat cannot come from any part of the world or any part of the country. The armed forces are ready and prepared and have been prepared to defend us in any part, whether by sea, by air, or by land, or even by space. And this government will continue to re-equip and modernize the armed forces to be able to defend us at any time, so that this nation will continue to be the oasis of peace that it is for now. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to thank members for supporting this motion and ask that we'll continue to give this support to the Ministry of Defense to be able to get whatever is needed for the armed forces to perform their functions. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favour of the motion numbered 7 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Item 8, resolution. Honourable Minister. Order. Some other, yes, please. Please go on.
Okay. It was, sorry, Mr. Speaker, the mic was not as on. I think there was another. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution listed as item number 8 on today's order paper be adopted. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
The Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, item 8 has been moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is accordingly adopted. And indeed, as the Honourable Majority Leader was speaking regarding to our committee work, this is one of the reasons why we come into the provision in our standing orders that members will now belong to one committee, so that we don't move about and in the hope that it will allow us to concentrate on special areas and adopt more efficiency in those areas and sharpen performance. And it is important, once more, to draw your attention to our Order 194 for the future. Any committee, if it deems fit, appoint a subcommittee and assign to it such of its functions as the committee considers fit. So, in the future, it is important for members to consider these. At the end of every exercise, the decision will be the decision of the committee as a whole and the responsibility that emanates therefrom, and so on. These are areas that we must develop for the future improvement of the work in this honorable house. So thank you very much. Honorable Majority Leader, next item, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We can now do item 4B.
Item 4.
4B, yes.
Item 4B. We can now take it. Item 4B. Chairman of the Committee on Health.
Report of the Committee on Health on the treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency, AMA.
The report is submitted accordingly and is for distribution to honorable members. Yes, Mr. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, item 22.
Item
22.
22. Item 22. Item 22. First Deputy Speaker may please take the chair. Honorable members, item listed 22, Development Finance Institutions Bill. 2020 at the consideration stage. Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we winnowed clause 74, and so I think we have agreed to what's on the other paper, and I'll move those amendments. Mr. Speaker, Roman 1, clause 74, amendment proposed, sub-clause 2, paragraph A, after institution, insert before the first annual general meeting. Amendment proposed, sub-clause 2, paragraph A, after institution, insert before the first annual general meeting. So that sub-clause 2, paragraph A would read, may appoint the first auditor of the DFI before the first annual general meeting.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Honorable members, the proposed amendment is for consideration of the House. Then I'll put a question. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Further amendments to clause 74, aye.
Mr. Speaker, Roman 2, clause 74, amendment proposed, sub-clause 2, paragraph B, opening phrase, line 2, at end, add, a new auditor is appointed at an annual general meeting, so that sub-clause 2, paragraph B would read, may appoint an auditor to act in place of the auditor who is for any reason unable or unwilling to act until a new auditor is appointed at an annual general meeting.
Honorable members, most amendments for your consideration. I'll put a question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Aye. Still 74.
Speaker, Roman 3, clause 74, amendment proposed, sub-clause 2, paragraph B, delete sub-paragraphs I and II. Mr. Speaker, we have moved the I to join Mr. Speaker, we are on page 15. Roman 3 on page 15.
Can you allow me a few minutes to settle, okay?
Page 15 of the order paper and page 51 of the bill, clause 74.
Very well. Chairman, we may now continue.
Speaker, Roman 3, clause 74, amendment, sub-clause 2, paragraph B. delete subparagraphs I and II. Mr. Speaker, we have moved the subparagraph I to join the concluding part of line 2 on paragraph B. And paragraph, the subparagraph II goes away.
Very well. Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against that say no. The ayes have it, that is carried. Item IV. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, Roman 4 clause 74 amendment proposed subclause 7 delete and insert the following as captured on page 15 of the order paper. Mr. Speaker, this is a result of the winnowing of last night, and we arrived at this beautiful rendition.
Very well. Honourable members, the proposed new clauses for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Chairman.
Speaker, respectfully, a further amendment, Mr. Speaker. Hey.
Honourable member, hold on. Honourable Sete Champong, Honourable Agaga, Defence and Interior, continue your discussion outside. Please leave.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
A further amendment, Mr. Speaker. In the amendment just moved, the second paragraph in line 3 of the second paragraph, we want to delete order and insert request. Line 3 of the amendment I just moved, in line 3 of the second paragraph.
Very well. So I'll put the question again. As many as are in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. And say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
My attention has been drawn to the fact that there's a consequential amendment in the first paragraph in line 4.
Yes, kindly move it. Very well. Honourable members, clause 74, the new clause as amended. All in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 74 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have clause 74 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. We finished with clause 79 and 80 yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, these have been put in the order paper in error. We are at clause 85.
Very well. Clause 85.
Information and periodic returns.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 85. Amendment proposed subclause 1, paragraph B, delete matter and insert issue, so that paragraph B would now read any other issue that the Bank of Ghana may require.
Honourable members for the consideration of the House. Now I'll hear you. Honourable member for.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. May I find out from the Honourable Chairman why is deleting matter and with information? Because for me, it doesn't really make any difference. So you need to justify why he wants to rely on information instead of matter.
Yes, Chairman.
If you read the preamble in line 2, it says submit any information or data. And so if you go to paragraph B, we are saying that it should be any other information flowing from the preamble.
Very well. As many as are in favor, yes, Honourable Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we met and discussed about clause 74. Mr. Speaker, the last part, we didn't want to give...
Honourable member, I have called a clause. We have not taken a decision on it. You arrested the decision, so I thought you wanted to comment on the clause I called. If you have another matter on another clause, kindly let us finish with this one. Then I'll allow you to come, right? So I'm putting the question on clause 85. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, even though part of the initial agreement that 85B, we should delete matter and substitute information. I think if you read it from 85.1, the preamble, perhaps we don't need to amend it. We don't need to amend B. The reason is, if you read from 85.1, the preamble, the Bank of Ghana shall, for the purposes of supervision, require a development finance institution to submit any information or data relating to, so any information relating to the assets, liabilities, income, expenditure, affairs of the development finance institution. That is A, or any data relating to the assets. If you come to B, it will be any information relating to any other matter, not to any other information. I think that we need to retain the original. Otherwise, it will be conflictual.
Yes, West.
Thank you very much. I think that the chairman should withdraw his amendment. It's not necessary because the information request are A for assets, liabilities as listed, and then any other matter, and not that we should change any other matter into information.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment withdrawn.
Very well. So I'll put the question on clause 85. And the question is clause 85 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 85 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 86.
Examinations.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 86, amendment proposed. Paragraph A, line 1, delete of and insert by, so that it reads evaluation by the Bank of Ghana of microprudential and macroprudential concerns.
Honourable members for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, thank you very much. I support the principle, but the use of the word examination, I have a difficulty with it. Maybe we should have a better technical word. The Bank of Ghana shall carry out examinations of the operations. If you want to say the Bank of Ghana shall supervise or evaluate, but to examine, I have a difficulty with the use of the word examination. Yeah, maybe oversee, but examination, I'm not sure that is what we intend to do. Because if you read further, operations and affairs, you don't examine operations and affairs. And you are saying that you want, indeed, Mr. Speaker, in 86A, evaluation of the Bank of, they use the word. So if the chairman has no objection, I have a difficulty with the head examination and in the body the use of the word examination, but I'll yield to any superior word. Oversee. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, this is technical. This is what the Bank of Ghana does, examinations of banks, microfinance, savings and loans, and even in the the 930, in 930, we have the same provision here in 930.
Yes.
Let's leave it at exits. This is a technical word used by the central bank when they go out. They go out on examinations to.
Yes, Honorable Member. Sorry, Wild West first.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader has no objection to dropping the request.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should adopt the chairman's proposed amendment because examination and supervision are completely two different words. If we were to insert in place of examination, that may change drastically the meaning intended in the clause. So examination is good.
Very well. So I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 86 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 86 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 87.
Investigation or scrutiny.
Let's advertise the amendment to clause 87. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I'll seek your leave and indulgence. Investigation and scrutiny cannot mean the same, and yet we are using it in all. So let's choose. Scrutiny can just stand as a head note. But Mr. Speaker, when you go further, with your leave, 87.1, line 2, I have a concern here. Bank of Ghana may, without prior notice, out an investigation or scrutiny into a specific matter of activity or office relating to the affairs of a development finance institution. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader last observed that we are competing with other countries to attract this kind of institutions. Now, when you say without prior notice, I hope that the Bank of Ghana is not going to operate like some secret police, that at any time it wakes up and says that it is investigating a particular development finance institution. But my first difficulty is with the use of investigation. Maybe scrutiny. They can scrutinize the activities and operations. I would have wished that the words without prior notice was deleted. But I'm not too sure whether I would be successful. Why do they want? I mean, a bank is a bank. If you want to go to a bank, because we have said somewhere in this that it will operate and use the name of a bank. You want to scrutinize their activity, write formally to them let them be aware. But without notice, then quietly you are approving it.
Yes, Honorable West.
The way this argument, his argument is going, the important thing is that, as for prior notice, if the Bank of Ghana is the regulator, at any time, they will go into your bank and do investigation or examine your documents. So it's not something that is new. Apart from that, this bill is based on Act 930, which sets up banks and special deposit-taking institutions. It is, as you or as a minority leader himself said, it is going to operate like a bank. It's just that these are development banks. So the issue is that it should be as it is captured, because the Bank of Ghana as a regulator has the authority at any time to go into any institution, a deposit-taking institution or a bank, and do examination or scrutinize some of the things they do.
So I'll put a question. Clause 87 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 87 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 88. Clause 88 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 88 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 89.
Taking custody of records.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, in Roman 11, clause 89, amendment proposed, sub-clause 1, lines 5 and 6, delete records, files, or any other documents, and insert books and records. Mr. Speaker, we are doing this because further down we will define books and records, which will include all of these, and that is in Roman 13 on the other paper.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't get your attention as I was consulting with the lecturer. Mr. Speaker, even though you put the question on 88, the first line, a person, there's where's the
Leader,
who
may
is.
I suggest that he has moved a motion on 89 now. Let's finish 89. Then I'll come back to 88. Yes. So, all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on 88, and I'm sure I'll propose the same thing.
Finished. Why are you in a hurry? Wait. Yes, Speaker. Yes, Speaker, you are going to go to 89, 1, line 5. That's where you are dealing with. The thought before coming there, before going to 1, 5. In fact, line 1 of 1. Line 1 of 1. If you look at line 1 of 1, Speaker, we don't need the words. The words, who is an official of the Bank of Ghana authorized, not who is authorized. So
Let's deal with the advertised amendments. After that, I'll allow you to. But all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. The next advertised amendment, Chairman.
Flowing from the first one, clause 89, amendment proposed, sub-clause 2, line 2. Delete that document and insert the books and records. And again in line 3, delete document and insert books and records.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XIII.
Speaker, Roman 13, I propose add the following new subclause. It should be there. For the purpose of subsection 1. Books and records include documents, minute books, customer files, personnel files, cash and securities, information in an electronic medium.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, Leader, I may listen to you. The proposed amendment to.
Speaker, I was saying that for 89 line 1, 89 line 1, an official of the Bank of Ghana who is authorized. We don't need the who is. So we delay the who is. An official of the Bank of Ghana authorized to carry out an examination or investigation.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, probably that's what the leader have done. So you have to go back to 88. 1.
I think Yele had another one on.
Yes, I've shared it with him. Then if you come to even 88.4.
Very well. Then let me put the question on 89.
Wherever we have the
1 minute, please. 89. Clause 89 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 89 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, clause 88.
Mr. Speaker, just for you to give consequential directive 88.1 after person who is, then it travels to 4 and then to 5 and then to 6. The words who is be deleted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I direct the draft persons to effect those changes by deleting who is before authorized in clause 88 as appropriate. Clause 90.
Application of information.
Let's not advertise amendment to clause 90. I'll put the question. Clause 90 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 90 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 91.
Examination reports.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 91. Amendment proposed. Subclause 3, line 2. Delete entity and insert development finance institution and repeat same in subclause 4, line 1. And again, though not advertised in subclause 1, paragraph A and subclause 1, paragraph B.
Enough members. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Chairman. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, 90, B, 1B. The Bank of Ghana may authorize a qualified auditor. Mr. Speaker, we don't need the description qualified. The Bank of Ghana may authorize an auditor. And then the closing phrase of 91. Again, the auditor is qualified. We don't need qualified there. We delete same thing as in 1B in the closing. So we delete qualified, which qualifies auditor.
Which 91B?
91B.
Yes.
A qualified auditor. We delete the qualified. So they authorize an auditor.
Yeah.
An auditor. And then the closing phrase, that is after C. After C. To verify any return information or data furnished to that official auditor. We delete qualified again there.
Very well. Honourable members, all in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the question is clause 90, as variously amended. Shall stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. No, sorry, it's clause 91. Sorry, clause 90. Yes, clause 90 as variously amended. Shall stand part of the bill. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, just your guidance on 90, I generally agreed, but verification of information, I've seen a qualified auditor, and I've seen, I know, any other professional. What about a qualified accountant? I'm just asking. Because you've mentioned it elsewhere. No, you've mentioned it elsewhere and gave him a role. I just noticed, I'm just raising it. And I come to 87B. The Bank of Ghana may appoint qualified accountants.
Yes. Clause 90 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 90 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 91. Clause 92.
Follow-up action on examiners' supervisory reports.
We did 91 and then we went back to 90. 92. Yes. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
The Speaker. Clause 92. Amendment proposed. Sub-clause 2, line 1. Delete entity and insert development finance institution. Repeat same. In sub-clause 3, line 1.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 92 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 92 as amended is to stand part of the bill. Clause 93.
Remedial measures.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
The Speaker. Clause 93. Subclause 2. Opening phrase. Delete and insert the following. The Ghana may, in furtherance of subsection 1. The Speaker, what we have here is pursuant to subsection 1, the Bank of Ghana may. 1. We want to begin the clause with the subject, the Bank of Ghana, and then rather in furtherance of section 1.
Yes, West.
Mr. Speaker, I don't understand what he's saying, because section 2 is to say that because of subsection 1, Bank of Ghana can do this. Then he says, you delete pursuant to, and it's in furtherance of. What is in furtherance of? It's pursuant to, not in furtherance of. The amendment is not necessary.
Yes, Chairman.
I think we have to maintain the amendment. Mr. Speaker, one, we are making the Bank of Ghana the subject. And these are the same people who argue that make the entity the subject. So we are making the Bank of Ghana the subject. That's the winnowing committee. So one, we are making the Bank of Ghana the subject. And in federals of, doesn't change anything. Flowing from subclause 1. So the Bank of Ghana is the entity, is the subject.
Yes, Honorable Davanite.
Yes, I think the issue raised by Honorable Yelechi was about the use of the preposition of. But I have checked and realized that you can either say in furtherance to or in furtherance of. And it still means the same and carries the same meaning. So we should allow that amendment. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable West.
Thank you. I said that if you want to say the Bank of Ghana, you can bring the Bank of Ghana first and say the Bank of Ghana may, pursuant to subsection 1, and not in furtherance of. That is what I say. I agree with the first part, but not in change the pursuant to. Pursuant to is relation to that one. So,
Mr. Speaker, so we want the amendment to read the Ghana may, pursuant to subsection 1. Now, everybody is happy, then we can. Yeah.
Yes, so which one? Is it pursuant to or which one?
The Bank of Ghana may, pursuant to.
All in favor of the proposed amendment? All against say no. Yes, Honorable Member for Yellow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to take you back to clause 91.
In that case, let me finish 93.
Very well.
And then I'll. Yes, item XVII, 93.
Mr. Speaker, clause 93, amendment proposed, clause 2, paragraph D, line 1, delete the affirmative and at any. Any. D reads, the Bank of Ghana, pursuant to subsection 1, take the affirmative actions. Mr. Speaker, we don't know what affirmative action is here in the circumstance. So we take any action that it considers necessary to eliminate the grounds order.
Honourable Member, consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XVIII.
Mr. Speaker, Roman 18, clause 93, amendment proposed, subclause 3, paragraph G, in line 2, delete restricting and insert restrict, and do same in paragraph 8, line 3. That G will read, a remedial action under paragraph B of subsection 2 may include the following: suspend or remove from office the CEO of the development finance institution, or restrict the powers, not or restrict, or restrict the powers.
All in favor of the proposal? Yes. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 93 as variously amended. Yes, Chairman. Leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. On 93, these are my observations if we want to improve it. One, when you come to 93, and with your leave and indulgence, I read, where the Bank of Ghana determines after an examination. In my view, the word determine should come after examination. It shouldn't come before it. My second observation, the words at the disposal, that is ordinary straight language. You don't add the words at the disposal after information. When the Bank of Ghana has information, you don't qualify it with the words at its disposal as doing written oral communication. Then my third observation, Mr. Speaker, subclause 3B, the last line, the Bank of Ghana determines has resulted, not has caused. There's causative action results in a consequence. So when you say has, you want to say has resulted in material losses, has resulted into material losses. Therefore, with your indulgence, I'll move those amendments. In 3B, the word has caused, the word cause should be substituted for resulted material losses to the development finance institution. The words in 93.1, line 2, the word at the disposal be deleted. The word determined be placed properly or directive to the draft person. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is packing one basket with too many ingredients. Let him go one after the other so that we're able to follow. So he says where the Bank of Ghana determines after an examination. He wants us to have where the Bank of Ghana after an examination determines. Mr. Speaker, I would want to oppose that. I'm opposing that not because of what is proffering, but because there is a second leg to it. Where the Bank of Ghana determines after an examination, or we have otherwise based on information. I think the construction there is clumsy. So it rather should read where the Bank of Ghana determines after an examination or in respect of information at the disposal of the Bank of Ghana that a development finance institution has, and then the rest would follow. So, Mr. Speaker, even though I appreciate the point raised by the minority leader, because of that other link, that is, we assess some other information. If you construct it the way you are proffering, you cause some problems in the flow of that preambular phrase. So, as I said, I appreciate the issue, but because of that other link, it will render it a bit clumsy. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we can have it this way, where the Bank of Ghana determines after an examination or in respect of information available to the Bank of Ghana. If the minority leader is saying at the disposal of the Bank of Ghana is a bit pedestrian, we can say available, information available to the Bank of Ghana.
Yes, Leader.
Speaker, so I agree with Leader. Information available makes better reading for me than at the disposal. So information available to the Bank of Ghana. So I would support that. he does not seem to agree with my wanting to reposition determined. I won't be fussy about it, accordingly abandoned. Thank you. But the rest, I'll go one after the other when we get to them, with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker.
It's clumsy to have the Bank of Ghana in line 1 and also in line 2. It's clumsy. The Bank of Ghana and Bank of Ghana. You can leave it at has. It's clumsy. You don't repeat the Bank of Ghana in both lines. It's not right.
So can we get the agreed rendition?
The Speaker, where the bank determines after an examination, or I said in respect of information available to the Bank of Ghana, you could either say on in respect of, or maybe on account of information, available to the bank that the development finance institution has, and then we can flow. Mr. Speaker, there are two legs. The Bank of Ghana would have, after examination, come to some determination. That's one. And two, they may have some information even before the examination. They may have some information which will suggest that a particular development finance institution has failed to comply with the provision of this act. And that's why I'm saying that we can't have the construct this way, where the Bank of Ghana determines after an examination or on account of information available to the Bank of Ghana that a development finance institution has, and then it flows.
As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, so now our attempt to go. So 93.1, subclause B and C, just as the bill in A failed to comply. So in B, the word bin should be there. In C, the word bin should be deleted. Then engage, it not engage, it will not be engaged in an unsafe or unsound practice. Then C will be conducted the affairs. I so submit.
Yes, Chairman.
I support the minority leader's amendment. So B would be engaged, C conducted.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. Ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 93 as variously amended. Stand part.
Mr. Speaker, 93.3 B, the second but last, the Bank of Ghana determines has resulted, instead of cost, resulted in material losses to the development finance institution. I don't think the intention there is cost. It has the second but last. Oh, I won't be fussy about it. Has caused material losses. Yes, and I say it should be has resulted in material losses. At that time, you have moved beyond causation to consequence. And the consequence will be resolved. I so submit.
So Was there a proposed amendment? Yes, Chairman.
I'm opposed to this one. Yeah,
I think the cost is correct.
yes. The amendment is deemed withdrawn.
So the thing is clause 93 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, leader.
with respect, I think the minority leader proposed some other amendments in respect of G and H. Good respect.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
Those are the
I'm sorry.
Very well. So I'll return to 93. And the question is 93 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 93 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, Honourable Member for Ilo Krobo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to take you back to XIV, clause 91. Mr. Speaker, the advertised amendment is the last line. Repeat same in subclause 4, line 1. So the amendment I'm proposing is, if we effect that amendment, then it will read, and Development Finance Institution. Mr. Speaker, I pray that the article should be a Development Finance Institution. Clause 91, subclause 4. 91, subclause 4. We effected an amendment there, but we did not amend the article and.
Very well. I direct the draft persons to insert the appropriate articles. Since we put a question on that already. Thank you. Clause 95. I'm sorry, clause 94.
Remedial measures for relevant persons.
Amendment, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, you'll see advertised in the order paper on pages 17, 18, 19, and 20, clause 9. What we did was to ask that all of 94 in the bill be redrafted. Because what 94 did was that in sub-clauses, they were referencing, for example, in 94, (2), there were references to the Bank of Ghana, for instance, will take an act if a relevant person contravenes subsection 5. In reading it, there were a lot of cross-references to the same clause, and it was not neat. So we agreed that it be redrafted. So it's all of the 94 that has been.
Very well, honourable members. It's a very long one, so I'll allow space and time for consideration. Yes, for the consideration of the House. Honourable member for
Mr. Speaker,
South no, Akachi South, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, clause 94 2B, where the Bank of Ghana determines that a relevant person has been engaging in an unsafe activity, has engaged instead of being engaging. It flows consequentially from the amendment proposed by the minority leader. 94 2B.
Speaker, in B should be engaged, delete being engaged, and in C, conducted.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
For consistency, the minority leader just raised issues with respect to whether announced sound practice may cause a material loss or result in a material loss. Here in B, the chairman is proposing that we use resulted in material loss. I think we need to be consistent.
Right.
In 2B,
Very well. Yes.
So we'll delete resulted in and insert caused. Caused.
No, resulted is correct.
Because in 93.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, Honorable.
I don't agree with my chairman. He says that because he disagreed the first time, so he should always disagree. You can't do that. The context here is correct.
Very well. Yes.
But on the proposed new amendment to 94, my concern is clause 4, and it's a constitutional matter I'd like to raise. If the relevant person is charged with a criminal offense, the bank may issue an order temporarily suspending the relevant person. Mr. Speaker, presumption of innocence. The fact that a person has been charged with a criminal offense does not mean the person has been convicted. And you are already suspending the exercise of voting rights of shares in the finance institution. But being investigated, who says that he is guilty? Mr. Speaker, this is my concern. And your voting rights suspended just because you've been indicted. So tomorrow somebody just gets a police CID to say that you are a worker here.
Can we stop the conversation and proceed with his amendment has been withdrawn, so clause 94 as redrafted. Now all in favor of the proposed clause 94 say aye. All against that say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 94 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 94 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 95.
Appointments of advisor.
Amendment proposed.
Mr. Speaker, clause 95. Amendment proposed surplus, paragraph A. Delete and insert the following. Perform the functions and hold office for the period that the Bank of Ghana may specify in the letter of appointment. The Speaker, in this section, an advisor is being appointed, and we want to specify in the appointment letter the functions of the advisor. Lately, in revoking licenses of advisors have been appointed, and their functions have not been clearly spelled out, and we want to avoid that.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 95 as amended shall start of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 95 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 96.
Litigation.
Mr. Speaker, clause 96, amendment proposed in subclause 1, lines 2 and 3. Delete a period determined by the Bank of Ghana and insert the next 60 days so that it will read where the Bank of Ghana determines that the development finance institution is insolvent or is likely to become insolvent within the next 60 days, the Bank of Ghana shall revoke the license. That period determined by the Bank of Ghana is unknown to the DFI. So we want to put some time frame to this.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable member for Ho Central.
Mr. Speaker, I want to propose that we state it, we rephrase it, where the Bank of Ghana determines that the DFI is insolvent. The Bank of Ghana shall, within a period of 60 days, within the next 60 days, rather than within the next 50 days before the Bank of Ghana. I want us to put the burden on the Bank of Ghana before giving the condition of 60 days. That's why we've been doing all along.
Yes, Chairman.
Remember, if we would write next, and then say within 60 days. So if you agree to that, then you, within 60 days, not within the next 60 days, within 60 days, it's going to be insolvent within 60 days. Then the bank shall revoke the license.
Why are 3 people on their feet? Yes, Honourable Leader. What is happening? Should I? Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was just discussing with the chairman whether we may not have to further qualify the 60 days. 60 days from when? I think 60 days after the determination is made. It says where the Bank of Ghana determines that the development finance institution is insolvent, that is immediately they make a determination that they are insolvent, or where they determine that the debt is likely to become insolvent. So the insolvency is is likely to become insolvent within a period. Now we are changing it to within 60 days. 60 days from when? 60 days from the determination of their determination. That's what I'm saying to him. So within 60 days after the determination.
Yes, Tamale Central.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what informed time, the cutoff. I don't know what informed it. You see, if you put a cutoff, and the Bank of Ghana determines, for instance, you put 60 days after the determination, and the Bank of Ghana determines that the bank will go into liquidation or become insolvent in 3 months' time. No, let me explain it to you. You see, the way the provision has been couched, if the bank determines that the DFI is insolvent, they immediately revoke the license of the DFI. if it determines that the DFI will be insolvent within a period determined by the bank, they revoke the license. The revocation of the license will trigger clause B, the appointment of an official liquidator. You see, but if you put 60 days, like the amendment, put 60 days, it means that if the bank determines that a DFI will go into liquidation or become insolvent in 90 days' time, they cannot revoke the license. They cannot. But the intendment of the provision, safeguard depositors, is to safeguard the persons who have equity interests in the bank. So they take preemptive action. But if we tie its hands, they might be constrained. That is the difficulty that will come.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this provision is so important that I'm going to ask that we put in a specific amendment to protect those institutions, whether they are banks, they are whatever, to protect them. Because, Mr. Speaker, I have an experience on record that in a similar act where the provisions are as clear as they are here, I think the regulator here is Bank of Ghana. The same Bank of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, is not respecting these particular provisions here, and in the process, they turn around to tell you that you don't have to challenge them when they have screwed up under similar provisions as we have at 96. I am suggesting to the leader, the chairman of the committee, and the others that we make a specific amendment here and include a statement to the effect that when the governor of Bank of Ghana has made such determination, whether it properly did it or it didn't, the institution has capacity to challenge. Institution has capacity to challenge the decision. Bank of Ghana is telling the whole world that, well, when we sit down, we close your institution, you don't have the capacity. Especially at 9:20, 9:30. 9:30. What do you mean by that's not true? I'm telling you, experience is not true. 9:10. Look at section 1. Look at, Mr. Speaker. Look at section 1, 2, 3 of the Act and see what is there. And the Bank of Ghana is saying that that is the exact equivalent, a replication of what is there. It's what we have here. When the Bank of Ghana determines that institution has gone bankrupt or within 60 days going to drop, it shall close it down and appoint receivers. And then capriciously they close down the institution without any notice. When none of the determinations have been gone through, the Bank of Ghana turns around and tells you that, Mr. Speaker, your company has no capacity to challenge it. When you say go to court, I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, we should make a decision to protect them. We should make it clear that the companies, when such incidents have happened, Mr. Speaker, would have capacity. Let's put it in there. Companies can challenge. It's 1, 2, 3. Look at the 1, 2, 3.
Honorable Katie, I thought that's a question of law. The capacity of a company or otherwise is a matter of law. We don't have to state it here.
I wouldn't debate it here. You and I will talk about it later. But the point is that we've gone up to the Supreme Court on this kind of matter. Mr. Speaker, I will let you into all that has happened. So let's save everybody. Let's put it in there. The companies have capacity. Yeah, we can give them capacity. Of law, Mr. Speaker, the law is what we are enacting today. So why can't we put something in there to protect everyone? I mean, see a situation where, as I indicated to you, this is the law. And then Bank of Ghana says that one afternoon, when they feel like it, when their fancy takes them, they close down institution. And then you want to challenge, and you are told by Bank of Ghana that you don't have capacity. And somehow a court, Mr. Speaker, opposes it, that you don't have capacity. What is that supposed to do? You close down my bank, my institution, I don't have capacity. Let us, if that is the law, then this law is blind. let's open the eye of this particular law and just give capacity to the victim institutions. Yes.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member for Adansia Suka will avert his mind to 96.3. 96.3. 96.3. Person dissatisfied with the decision of the Bank of Ghana under Section 1 may apply to the High Court for redress. To the High Court. Now we are including this. The first dissatisfied. Yes.
Honourable,
which was previously not in the
it is in the bill, please check.
And
96.3 is there. I'm saying it is in 96.3. Just take your time and read it before you come back.
It's important. They are saying that 93. The exact replication of that is in 1.4 of that act.
So
141 of that act talks person who can go to court, and in spite of that, Mr. Speaker, they are still saying that the person doesn't have capacity.
But what you or I say is not the law. The Supreme Court will determine what the law is. If it is actually provided,
I will tell you, so you appreciate the point I'm making.
I'll tell you what. If once it is provided, the Supreme Court will be the one, or the court will interpret it. Yes, Honourable Member for.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The argument that was raised was that the committee was recommending for us to put within 60 days. But as was argued by the member for Tamale Central, the issue is, should we give them line, or we should just leave them as it is, such that when the bank determines that we are likely to be insolvent, then they take the action. So I am of the view that if we give timeline and there is a problem, the depositors will suffer unduly. Even if the bank has an idea that in 90 days, this is likely to happen. So I don't think that we should constrain them by fixing a timeline for them. If it was something that would disadvantage the DFI, fine, but it's not, now we are protecting the depositors. So I believe that if within the reasonable condition of the Bank of Ghana, they think that you are likely to be insolvent, then they can take the action rather than within 60 days. Now, if they determine, and we now want to give them time frame within which to act, that again will be difficult to decide because they have determined and they need to take the action. But once you don't know whether they have determined that, we cannot give them the time within which to act.
yes, Chairman or Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what obtains in the Banks and Specialized Deposit Taking Institutions Act 2016 in 123 is this, where the Bank of Ghana determines that all specialized deposit taking institution is insolvent or is likely to become insolvent within the next 60 days. The Bank of Ghana shall revoke the license of that bank or specialized deposit taking institution. The Speaker, here in the Government Finance Institutions Bill, the equivalent provision, which is in 96, is too open-ended. It says where the bank determines that the development finance institution is insolvent, it become insolvent within a period determined by the bank. What the chairman is to import what we did in the Banks and Specialized Deposit Taking Institutions Act 2016, 123. The time frame should be given 60 days. If it's left to the bank, the discretionary power could be abused. So this is supposed to be, it's being done to in sync with 1231. That if the bank is likely to become insolvent within the next 60 days, and we are just saying that the 60 days should be qualified. The 60 days after the determination is made by the Bank of Ghana. That's all that we are saying. For the recourse open to a person who is dissatisfied with the decision of the bank, that recourse is provided under 96(3). And I'm not too sure that my colleague has to worry his head about anything contained in 90. So, Mr. Speaker, to further amend, just to further amend the amendment proffered by the chairman, that is made after the determination is made by the Bank of Ghana. It is to further protect the development finance institution. Mr. Speaker, I believe you can go on.
So I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, which proposed? I moved an amendment earlier that we delete a period determined by the Bank of Ghana and insert the next 60. I want to know if that is.
I thought it was the same and the leader expanded.
No, he has further amended. He has further.
And in that case, is the last one who put the question on.
But so the further amendment would be that after the determination by the Bank of Ghana. So within the next 60 days after the determination by the Bank of Ghana.
Yes, as many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 97. Sorry, 96.
The Speaker.
Yes.
There's a new subs in 96. I propose add the following new subclause. The Speaker, on page 20 of the order paper.
Honorable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Honorable Member for Dantiasco, I think you'll be interested in this new subclause. It's contained in page 20 of the order paper. It reads, an action filed under subsection 3 shall not have the effect of suspending or staying the implementation of the decision of Bank of Ghana until the final determination of the matter. Yes.
With respect to this, I do not have. The issue has always been whether an appeal pending before the suspensive effect. It's always been that it hasn't got that, unless, of course, specifically there is an application for stay. If we feel that we really want to make specific provisions, I'm interested in making some of these specific provisions. In so many litigations all over the place as to the effect of that, we can put it beyond any adventure by Mr. Speaker, changing it. Because as it is, I haven't seen one single appeal to a higher authority which really serves as a suspensory, has a suspensory effect. It doesn't hold anything in abeyance. So, Mr. Speaker, if you ask me, as it is in most of the current legislation, this is it. It shall not. But we could change it, Mr. Speaker, to give breathing space to litigants and make it an file, and that they shall have the suspensive effect. So that all these applications for stay. I mean, the state and quite a lot of permutations about this stay business. So this is a specific, again, right, I'm happy you draw my attention to this. These financial institutions and the banks, see how much money is involved, people's investment and all that. I mean, in one fell swoop, Bank of Ghana destroys everything. I mean, so if you, well, in the appropriate cases, yes, they have misbehaved. But Speaker, we have example of cases where they are completely inappropriate because the victims haven't committed any offenses at all, and I'm handling some of them. And so I'm talking to you, Mr. Speaker, from clear experience. So if for that reason we want to say, because errors may occur, in such sensitive situations, Mr. Speaker, we're asking that the law be that when there is an appeal filed, the implementation of that decision should be stayed. Mr. Speaker, I am all for it. It should be stayed pending the resolution of it, rather than having no suspensive effect, and then by the time we know the situation is destroyed beyond redemption. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. You brought my attention to it. My amendment is that this should be restructured. An action filed under subsection 3 shall have effect of suspending or staying the implementation of this Bank of Ghana until the final determination. That is the proper proper rendition, I think. No, Mr. Speaker, you see, I'm upset with my speaker, with my leader.
You have made your proposal.
But he's saying thank you for him to say thank you. It is for you, Mr. Speaker, to thank me if what I've said makes a lot of sense. It's not for him to thank me for that. Why is he thanking me gratuitously on your behalf? Isn't it his job? But let's look at it very seriously. It is creating problems all over the place, Mr.
Speaker. Oh, okay, I have to go to the minority. Yes, why West?
I think that the last has made a case for us to allow for the action initiated to be a stay of further action by the Bank of Ghana. Now, in this legislation, the Bank of Ghana wants to have absolute power. And as a parliament, we have to decide whether we should oust the power of the court to decide a thing like this. Because the action definitely will be on notice to the Bank of Ghana. So we should aim at making sure the court is to decide on this matter as quickly as possible, rather than allow some delay, in which case the parties involved, one will suffer. Of course, we are also looking at the balance of interest. Those who are citizens whose money may be lost in the process, and the operations of the bank, as he is saying, if the Bank of Ghana is being capricious and whimsical in its decisions, you allow the Bank of Ghana to continue with the appointment of either a liquidator or other people. In the end, the FDI will be at a disadvantage. So these are the issues looking at. As for his further amendment, it's completely at variance with what the chairman has made. So in this case, we need to put the question, if we want to debate it, put his first, and we'll see whether he will succeed before we move to the chairman's point.
Honourable members, with regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside its regular sitting hours. Yes, Chairman of Constitution and Legal.
Mr. Speaker, it is right that if you file an action in court, that doesn't in itself stay or terminate a wrongdoing in respect of which you filed. You have to take a step further to file the relevant process, maybe injunction or any other related application for maybe a restraining order to keep in suspense the status quo until the final determination of the matter. But Mr. Speaker, you don't even have to state it. It is right. Mr. Speaker, if you read this provision carefully, what it is seeking to do is to prevent an applicant or prevent a court or restrain a court from even entertaining an interim application. Because the provision is saying until the final determination of the matter. And Mr. Speaker, we are talking about a winding up proceedings where at the end of the day properties can be sold, creditors can be paid, which situation, Mr. Speaker, cannot be redeemed. So, Mr. Speaker, assuming an applicant who is dissatisfied with the decision, the Bank of Ghana goes to court. This provision is saying that not until the final determination of the matter, and the applicant wins, and it so happened that the company has been, the finance institution has been wound up, properties have been sold, creditors have been paid, the situation is irredeemable. What is of the victory or the success of the applicant? The victory won at the end of the day in court, Mr. Speaker, becomes ineffective. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to propose that this provision is needless because you can't say that a person who is dissatisfied with the decision administrative body cannot even apply to the High Court for a remedy. And that mandate, Mr. Speaker, is enshrined in the Constitution. It's enshrined under Article 33 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I am proposing that this provision is not necessary and should be deleted. The way it's been couched, it is intended to restrict the powers of the court to do what it was mandated under the Constitution or under our existing amendment to do. I so move.
Members now have two motions, practically saying the same thing in different motions. Yes, Honorable Okachita.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I support the Chairman for Constitutional and Parliamentary Affairs because the provision seeks to oust the jurisdiction of the court in terms of grant of injunction, because it reads, an action filed under subsection 3 shall not have the effect of suspending or staying the implementation of the decision of the Bank of Ghana until the final determination of the matter. Action that will be filed is where you are dissatisfied with the decision of the Bank of Ghana. And though you are dissatisfied and file a lawsuit, the Bank of Ghana's decision should be implemented. And by way of so doing, if a judgment is given in your favor, the end results will be fruitless because the Bank of Ghana would have implemented the decision. Therefore, where the court deem it fit to restrain the implementation of the decision of the Bank of Ghana by way of an interlocutory injunction, that should be allowed. But the provision is saying the court cannot even do that, and it's proper in the circumstances. Mr. Speaker, we all have unfettered rights to justice. Now, where you are giving me access to justice in one hand, but you are trying to take it with the other hand, it is not proper. I don't think asking an aggrieved person
to go to the High Court for justice. And again saying that, though I am asking you to go to court and seek for justice, the court cannot grant an injunction. Because we all know an action per se does not amount to stay of proceedings or stay of executing any decision. But the court has the right, based on the circumstances, when it is deemed fit and proper, to give an order that let the status quo be preserved until the determination of the matter. But we are saying that the court cannot preserve the status quo pending the determination of the matter. And, Mr. Speaker, this is not proper.
Yes, a lawyer. But nothing here stops the court from doing what it's supposed to do. So to get up and say that this stops the court from taking a decision, I think it's misleading. It says your action you filed does not take back the decision. It doesn't say that the court cannot do what it's supposed to do. Where is it? It doesn't say that. The court can do what it's going to do. This new clause does not prevent the court from doing that. So I don't know why you are telling us that it does.
Mr. Speaker, probably the minister is not reading the provision.
I haven't used the
very well. Okay.
Yes, Tamale Central.
Mr. Speaker, the provision is in two parts. The first part, I have nothing wrong with it, because that is the position of the law. An action filed where a person is dissatisfied with a decision and goes to court over and appeals against the decision, that does not operate stay of execution. That first part, I agree. But the second part is the problem. The second part, until the final determination of the matter. That is where the first part, there is no problem. There's no problem at all. Because if you appeal against the decision, the appeal does not operate a stay. And this is strike law. It's strikes. So the second part is the problem. The first part is correct. Because if you appeal and you want a stay, you must go to you must apply to the court and demonstrate to the court why in the court the test was prima facie. Show prima facie that damage if a stay is not drafted. But if you say until the final determination, then it becomes a matter. So I think that the second part is what should be off. The second part.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I propose that we delete all the words after Ghana.
Yes.
So that it reads, it ends at Bank of Ghana. An action filed under subsection 3 shall not have the effect of suspending or staying the implementation of the decision of the Bank of Ghana.
Other members, all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 96 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 96 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 97.
Voluntary winding up.
That's proposed by the chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 90. Amendment proposed, subclause 2. Delete and insert the following on page 21.
Now, members, the proposal for the consideration of the House. All in favor of those amendments say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 96 amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 97 has amended is ordered to part of the bill. Clause 98.
Review of decisions of the Bank of Ghana on licensing.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, before I move the amendment in 98, the proposal is that the sections that deal with the setting up of an adjudicative be deleted. All the clauses dealing with the adjudicative panel should be deleted. That is why in 98 we are proposing to delete clause because it references the adjudicative panel.
Very well.
So clause 98 amendment proposed delete.
All in favor of the amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 98 is ordered to be deleted from those. Clause 99.
Adjudicative panel.
Speaker, clause 99 amendment was delete.
All in favor of the amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Clause 99 is ordered to be deleted from the bill. Clause 100 is been deleted. Clause 100, honorable members, clauses 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, they are all to be deleted. So kindly mention the titles and then I'll put them on them together.
Functions of the adjudicative panel. Procedure of the adjudicative panel. Decisions of the adjudicative panel. Expenses of the adjudicative panel. Appeal to the High Court.
All in favor of clauses 100, 101, 102, 103, 104 being deleted from the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 100, 101, 102, 103, 104 are ordered to be deleted from the clause. Clause 105.
Prohibition of floating charge.
There's no advertised amendment to 105. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The amendment is carried. 106.
Speaker, I was saying that from 105 to 115, there are no advertised. So if we can take them in one sweep.
Well, so you will identify them 105 all through to. Well, I'm just taking the vote on 105. So 106.
Confidentiality of license of officials and employees of the Bank of Ghana.
107.
Confidentiality of customer information.
108.
Agreements for exchange of information.
109.
Disclosure of information relating to development finance sessions.
110.
Submission of reports on trend and progress.
111.
Protection from liability and indemnification.
112.
Administrative penalties.
Hold on. Yes, 112.
Mr. Speaker, just in respect of 112, I'm seeking clarification from the chairman. 112, the second line. the words which is not fixed. I do not think that in the second line, if our House speakers leave an indulgence, the Bank of Ghana shall, for the purpose of imposing an administrative penalty under this act, take into account this which is not fixed, in my view, does not belong there.
Okay, yeah.
1121, the second line, the words which is not fixed.
Leader, it's referring to administrative penalties which have not been stated already. Some have been stated. So this is to differentiate this from those where the penalties have been stated.
So stated, Mr. Speaker, I'll take guidance from you, but the words which is not fixed. Which is not stated.
Or not fixed. Imposing an administrative penalty not prescribed under this act.
Not prescribed, yes. Yes, Speaker, I hope the chairman will be guided.
Not prescribed, yes. Not fixed, not prescribed.
You can't say which is not fixed. Thank you.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say yes. Honorable
Mr. Speaker, the administrative penalties that are fixed with a minimum and then a maximum limit. So I believe that is what the law is saying, that in applying the administrative penalty, you have to take into account gravity of the contravention and then the impact of the contravention. I do not think that in crafting this particular law, there are certain things that are left without the penalty prescribed.
Of Ghana shall, for the purposes of imposing an administrative penalty not prescribed under this act, take into account. So all is just a directive on how to come to a conclusion on the matter. Yes.
An omnibus provision. So to determine how to deal with it, you look at the gravity and the impact.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against that say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. 113.
Prosecution of offences.
114.
Joinder of offences.
115.
General penalty.
So, clause aforementioned shall form part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against that say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 102-115 are ordered to stand part of the bill, except in the case of 112, which the amendment is considered. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, 107. 107, the preamble. Speaker, we have a template for that. And 107, we have a template for that. Let them relate to that and proffer the relevant amendment. 1071.
Yes.
Speaker, the draft persons know.
So I'll direct the draft persons to redraft in terms of the template already adopted by the House. Yes, Honorable Manuel.
Speaker, sorry to draw you back. 113, the Attorney General may authorize. Why do we want to add the words by executive instruments? 113, the words by executive instruments. We can just say that the Attorney General may authorize an officer of the Bank of Ghana to prosecute an offense. Why? What's the meaning of that? An executive instrument issued by the Attorney General for purpose of prosecution. I'm aware of one. In practice, if we just want to say that Ghana can delegate the power to prosecute in accord with Article 88, permissible. But Mr. Speaker, to use the word by executive instrument, I have a difficulty with it.
How else would the Attorney General authorize an official?
How he does it in practice? You will just say that he can authorize an officer of the Bank of Ghana to prosecute.
Is it by letter?
He does an EI. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided by Deputy Attorney General that in practice exists. Opposition amendment.
Yes. Now move to 116. He has withdrawn his. We are now moving 116. 116.
Mr. Speaker. Yes. Clause 116, amendment proposed, line 1. Delete in consultation with any set upon the advice of, so that 116 would read, the minister may, upon the advice of the Bank of Ghana, on the advice, the minister may, on the advice of the Bank of Ghana.
Yes, honourable members, for the consideration of the House. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment, but when he says on the advice of Bank of Ghana, the Bank of Ghana, I presume, have a board or a governing board, which must have. No, when you say Bank of Ghana, we should be specific. This is a issue. And I'm just wondering whether we should not qualify the of Ghana. Just a Bank of Ghana, not the board. You want? No. Under the Bank of Ghana Act, what is the role of this board? You cannot take a decision without the board. So, but the minister may, on the advice of the board of the Bank of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, I will insist that he qualifies it with the board. It just can't be the Bank of Ghana.
If you say the board, is it still not Bank of Ghana? Yes, here.
Mr. Speaker, this involves the day-to-day of the work of the Bank of Ghana. The board is not available to help the bank do the day-to-day work. So you should leave it at the Bank of Ghana, and it will be okay. The bank of leaving it there does not exclude the board, but generally it could be delegated.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 116 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 117.
Interpretation.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, I think there's a minor issue that has arisen, and the chairman of the Committee on Constitutional Law and Parliamentary Affairs is drawing our attention to. It has to do with Section 112, subsection 1. 112, subsection 1. So if you can listen to him, the 112, subsection 1.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, in respect of 1121, what we sought to amend is not what 112 intended or intends. If you read it carefully, what it is saying is that if the penalty is not fixed, it means there's no range. At times, for a sanction regime, they give minimum sentence and the maximum penalty. So it is not fixed. And in coming to a determination, then they have to take into consideration A and B in imposing an administrative penalty, whether to impose a minimum or middle or the maximum. But where it is fixed means that the thing is fixed. Let's say you pay 1,000 penalty units. It is fixed. There's no range. It doesn't give any minimum. It doesn't give any maximum. But if you say that if it is not specified, then, Mr. Speaker, this provision will be dangerous because it gives the Bank of Ghana unlimited power to slap or met out any administrative penalty that they deem fit, which is dangerous.
So what is your complaint?
Speaker, what I'm
Let's listen to the amendment that was. The penalty, which is not fixed, was changed to administrative penalty not prescribed. Are there any differences? It's only the not fixed and not prescribed which were changed. We didn't touch the gravity and the impact, no. He's not finished. I just wanted to guide the discussion.
If we say an administrative penalty which is specified, it means it's not stated, it's not prescribed, it's not stated. It's different from it's not fixed. Like it doesn't give any range. It's not prescribed, it's not stated. So penalty is not stated at all. It means that the Bank of Ghana has an unlimited discretion to met out any penalty that they want. I don't think that is the intendment of the provision.
I don't know. I'm not sure whether I'm following the difference you're trying to make. It is not prescribed. It means that no specific term or punishment has been stated. It is not fixed. The same thing. I want to see the difference. Chairman, maybe allow him to finish. Maybe I'm not getting him clear. So, not prescribed and not fixed. What's the difference?
Mr. Speaker, not prescribed will mean not stated. Penalty not stated. It's not, nothing is stated. So not prescribed. It's not stated. But if you say it's not fixed, it means that there's penalty, but it gives a range, minimum and maximum. It gives a range. In which case, the Bank of Ghana, in coming to a determination as to how many penalty units the Bank of Ghana will have to impose, they have to take into A and B in consideration.
This is not penalty unit. It's administrative.
Penalty, yes.
Yes. Penalty. Let me listen to somebody else. Yes, Tamale Central first.
Mr. Speaker, you are doing a law. The bill, you have administrative penalty. Let me refer there's a litany of administrative penalty. 71, 2, a development finance institution that fails to comply with Section 1 is liable to pay to the Bank of Ghana an administrative penalty of not more than 1,000 penalty units. So the penalty unit is prescribed. There's no lower point, but there's an upper limit. 72, 4, a penalty unit of no more than 1,000 penalty units. There's no lower limit. So that there's a penalty. There's no lower limit. There's a higher limit. Yes. Not more than, but there's no lower limit. Yes. So there's no range. It's from 0 to 1,000.
That is the range. That's the range.
Now, you go to 75. It says of no more than 1,000.
Yes, not more.
Now, because the bill, and then you go to 82.3, an auditor who does not comply with subsection 1 commits, that's an offense. an offense. Now, in administrative penalty 84, in addition to the penalty provided under the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2008, Act 749, a person who contravenes a directive issued under this section is liable to pay to the Bank of Ghana an administrative penalty of not less than 2,000 penalty units and not more than 10,000 penalty units. So there's a range. There's a range. Now, so you get all through the bill offenses and administrative breaches have been provided for, and the penalties for the breaches provided for. A provision of this nature, 114. The 114 is saying that, look, no, 112 is saying that there can be administrative breaches for which no penalty has been prescribed. Yes. That's what it is saying. Not fixed. No penalty has been stated. Perfect. There can be, I mean, that is, but it's administrative. There can be administrative breaches for which no penalty has been stated. So in determining the penalty for such a breach, you must take the gravity of the breach and the impact of the breach into consideration in fixing the penalty. That's what it's just saying.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, we need to be guided by clause 115 under the heading General Penalty. A person who commits an offense under this act for which a penalty is not provided is liable on summary conviction, A, in the case of an individual, to a fine of not less than 500 penalty units and not more than 2,000 penalty units, or to a term of imprisonment of not less than 6 months and not more than 2 years, or to both. And then the B provides for a corporate penalty. I believe it is the same general power we want to give to Bank of Ghana in a situation where the administrative penalty is not prescribed in the act. Yes. But what we are not doing is providing the Bank of Ghana the limit within which to operate, just like how we provided the court the limit within which the court will operate when the penalty is not provided by this law. But in 112, we appear to be giving a blanket general power without any limit. And all the offenses prescribed by this particular law, there is an upper limit. So all that we are saying is that the way we have crafted 115, the 112 should also be crafted that way, so that too much discretion will not be given to Bank of Ghana in imposing the sanction. That is all that we are talking about.
You are who? You are who?
Yeah. Chairman for Constitutional Legal. So, with the 112, what is the limit? Bank of Ghana will say that look at the gravity of the offense, therefore pay 1 million penalty units. Is that what we are legislating? If that is what we want to legislate, then we should go ahead and leave the rendition the way it is. But if you want to legislate by way of giving room to Bank of Ghana to operate, then the way we have set the upper limit for all the offenses that we have created, for all the administrative penalties that we have provided, we should equally provide limit of that administrative penalty in a situation where the law have not prescribed the penalty.
So these are two different.
Yes. Even in courts, before a judge sentences, though punishment is prescribed, the judge takes into consideration the gravity of the offense, because minimum and the maximum is stated. So the judge, in coming to a determination, takes into consideration the circumstances of the matter. Mr. Speaker, what Honorable Ahiafo said and what I said to a large extent were speaking on the same wavelength, except that I differed a bit by saying that which is not fixed suggests or means that a range is given. But the way we have couched it seems to suggest that no penalty is stated. The Bank of Ghana is given a discretion to state which penalty unit it deems fit. And Mr. Speaker, that would be dangerous. The long and the short of our submission argument is that, Mr. Speaker, let's state the maximum. Let's take the maximum. Just as clause 115 of the bill is seeking to do. So where a specific penalty is not stated, then the Ghana will have the discretion by taking A and B into consideration in coming to a determination as to how much penalty it has to impose on a person who flouts a provision under 112. But if we leave it the way it is, or the way we have sought to do, then that will give a very wide and dangerous discretion to the Bank of Ghana to do what it pleases the Bank of Ghana, and I don't think that is good enough.
Honourable members, now the discussion is changing. The discussion was that changing which is not fixed to which is not prescribed or not prescribed is changing the meaning. Now we are going into introducing, providing maximum or minimum administrative when you don't know the offense. You don't know what the person has done. How can you provide for? All he's saying is that in determining what administrative fine to give the person, consider the gravity of the contravention and the impact of the contravention. It does not take away the responsibility to be fair and so on. But to provide a parliament, how will you provide a parliament when you haven't described this? Or how will you describe, you say, for whatever, you cannot impose an administrative limit exceeding 100,000 Ghana cedis, or not lower than 10,000 Ghana cedis? How are you going to provide that? 115 is dealing with offences and penalty units. It's not the same as administrative fines. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the offense and then administrative breaches, there is a line.
So what's your proposed parliament? Let's go straight. What's your proposed parliament for the Bank of Ghana?
The Bank of Ghana?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we can even say above the limit of 5,000 penalty units, or even 10,000.
Even if they stole 100 million Ghana cedis and collapsed the bank.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, what happened to 115? Because 115 is saying that a person who commits an offense under this act for which a penalty is not provided, we are giving a limit for that. And we will not know the kind of offense for which the penalty has not been provided. So, if we use the analogy that because you don't know the offense, therefore you cannot provide the upper limit, then in 115, we should not also provide the limit to which a judge should go. We should leave it to the discretion of the judge.
Chairman, look again. A person who commits an offense under this act in 115, it means an offense has been created, but there's no penalty fixed. It's not the same as saying an act which we have not defined. When it comes to administrative penalty, we are not providing any definition. We are not prescribing the offense. It is the court and how it affected the gravity that will determine the administrative, and that I think it is good as it is. Honorable Minister, you are on your feet.
I was just going to say that the worry that we are giving the Bank of Ghana unlimited power, Bank of Ghana are reasonable people, and even though it is not stated in terms of the upper limit, I think because we cannot a priori determine the gravity and the impact, so let's allow them with their professional experience to do what it is and take our amendment that has been proposed as specified, and we go on.
I think I'll allow you to go back and consider it amongst yourself. I'll suspend the and come back at exactly 4 p.m. But by 6 p.m. we'll close. We'll come. So if you don't start at 4, I will still close at 6.
Chairman of the committee to do some engineering. He's not yet reported. If he does, we'll take that one.
I'm looking for my copy of the bill. All right, thank you. Very well. Item 23, Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill 2020, at the consideration stage. Clause 1.
Composition of National Security Council.
Amendment proposed. The first one is by the minority leader. Fortunately, he does not appear to be here. Honorable Member for Akachi South, do you have his authority to move it on his behalf? Very well. It's considered abandoned. If he comes back and he wants to move, we'll consider it. So, all in favor of clause 1 being up the bill, say yes, leader.
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, as much as possible, I would want us to go by the Constitution. So, 1 provides the President, the Vice President, that is A, B, and C. Mr. Speaker, let us use the language contained in the Constitution. The ministers holding the portfolios of foreign affairs, defense, interior, and finance, and such other ministers as the President may determine on such other ministers as the President may determine.
Proposing that it should change as may be determined.
May determine. So is the ministers the constitutional language for the time being holding? I believe we could do away with those words for the time being. But the ministers holding portfolios of foreign affairs, defense, interior, and finance on such other ministers as the may determine. May determine.
The President may determine.
May determine. Yes.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Member for.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment because that is institutional language used in Article 83(1)(c) as a may determine. So we cannot be wrong using the constitutional language.
All in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 1, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, you were not here. Your amendment was to delete the entire clause 1.
Speaker, I should admit that I just boarded a flight and I needed to send text because my email was not active. So he didn't see it well. I just clause 1, the way it is constructed, it was not for entire deletion. So if I have your, I can prefer an amendment. There is hereby established a National Security Council in accordance with Article 83 of the Constitution. Because the language of the National Security Council itself, Article 83 of the Constitution, consists of.
Yes.
Is that the language in Article 83?
Especially, I'm opposed to what the Lord Chief is saying, because it is not this act that is going to establish the National Security Council. It's established by the Constitution, which is why the language is the National Security Council, established by Article 83 of the Constitution, consists of, right? It's already established.
Very well. So clause 1 amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Procedure at meetings of the Council.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 2. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, clause 2, there's a minor. Clause 2(3). We did in the first line, there to be a person invited to participate in the deliberations council under subsection 2 shall.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 2 as amended shall stand part of the. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, clause 2(4), the language as I have seen elsewhere, except as I'm now watching Article 83 very well, normally we say the council shall regulate its own procedure at the meetings of the council. I've seen a consistent use of regulate. The council shall regulate its own procedure is normally the word. So with your leave, unless it is provided for in the Constitution, the procedure as it means, okay, that's fine. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided by Article 83(5). The National Security Council shall regulate the procedure at its meeting. So we've just lifted it. There is nothing more I can add.
Amended shall stand part of the bill. All say aye. All say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to start of the bill. Clause 3.
Secretary to the Council.
As many as above clause 3 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes. Clause 3 is ordered to stand the bill. Clause 4.
Functions of the Council.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker,
Paragraph A, line 2, delete. Honorable Member, Chairman, hold on. Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. If we are lifting from the Constitution, then we have to appropriately do so. With regards to clause 3, the Secretary to the Cabinet, Secretary to the Council. The Constitution says the Secretary to the Cabinet shall be to the City Council. So what are we doing? We have to be consistent.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, there are certain slight re-engineering that we could do. That is permissible. Otherwise, Speaker, we would then have to go back to maybe even one to say that the Security Council establish the editor of the Constitution shall consist of. It's already established. So once it's established, it consists of. But then the language of the Constitution is it shall consist of after the establishment. So there are these minor tweaks that we could accept, which is why we are doing that. Otherwise, you may even also have to say that, well, brevity is not known to the Constitution. So we should repeat the Council shall regulate the procedure at the meetings of the National Security shall regulate the procedure at the meetings of the National Security Council. I think that because Council has been defined, it's taken care of. So there are these minor tweaks that is permissible.
Right. So we're on clause 4. Chairman, opposed.
The Speaker, amendment proposed clause 4, paragraph A, line 2, delete country and insert Ghana. So it will read, considering and taking the appropriate measures to safeguard internal and external of Ghana.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item I. Clause 4.
Amendment proposed, paragraph B, lines 1 and 2, delete the country and insert special consequential. And in line 3, delete council and insert security of Ghana.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item IV.
The Speaker, amendment proposed, paragraph C, lines 1 and 2, delete country and insert Ghana.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 4 as amended. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, just to serve you notice, some of the issues I may appear argumentative because I want the parliamentary debates to capture it as a guide for interpreting tomorrow. Therefore, when I insist is to establish that beyond paper and heart, parliamentary debates are now a guide to constitutional interpretation, so that tomorrow anybody interpreting this law will be guided that this was the sense of thinking of Parliament. I will get the respective code for you for your record from the Supreme Court. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you come to D, and I'm just raising that we are guided, at the time they were crafting the Constitution, they used these words, taking appropriate measures regarding the consideration of policies on matters of common interest to the departments and agencies of government concerned with national security. Conspicuously lost here is ministries, and we know the Ministry for Interior, there's a Ministry for Defense, which naturally has an association with matters relating to national security. I'm just proofing whether we could not, as a parliament, using generis, in doing this, add ministries to the departments and agencies. Because at the time that the Constitution contemplated this, they didn't focus on ministries. But today we know that there is a Ministry for Interior, we know that there is a Ministry for Defense. It is not an agency, it is not a department, but it has something to do with national security. I so submit. But I believe that I cannot do anything to a constitutional amendment. But just for the record of Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Policies on matters of common interest to the departments and agencies of the government concerned with national security. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, in reality, I would think that if anyone suggests that anytime we have to tinker with the language in the Constitution, it amounts to amendments, I disagree. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing in Article 84 should be replicated in its entirety. Because the moment we touch one word, then it constitutes an amendment. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Yes, I don't think it's an amendment to the Constitution. Because, as he rightly argued, the ministries, departments, and agencies everywhere else in the Constitution are mentioned together. I would think that this really was an unconscious mistake or omission. So, if it's inserted, it will amount to a constitutional amendment. However, if we, with the understanding, as he said, and I refer in particular to Interpretations Act, we insist that if any case should ensue from any act that is passed by Parliament, and it calls for interpretation, whatever we do in Parliament should guide the presiding judge. So in that regard, if it's construed that, well, the ministries are part of this, or maybe the departments and agencies are substitute ministries, and for that reason, Speaker, we could go along with it. I have nothing against that, because don't forget, the Speaker, don't forget that the composition as contained in 83 mentions ministers. As contained in 83 mentions ministers. And the ministers, as for the time being, holding the portfolios of foreign affairs, defense, interior, finance, and such other ministers as the president may determine. We, in our wisdom, are saying that the president necessarily should include the Attorney General, for instance. He should include, and that will be part of, yes, it's a recommendation and an amendment when we come to 11. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe we can make progress.
Yes, Honorable.
My understanding is that ministries are agencies of government. So it is implied. What is an agency? They are a tool that you employ to do something. The ministries are part of it. So I don't see any harm there at all. You don't need to bring ministries explicitly to show that they are there, because they are agencies of government. Otherwise, why are they there?
When we work in the ministry, they differentiate between ministries, departments, and agencies. So they make us feel that the ministers are on top. Then departments and agencies have. So when you mention the departments and agencies and you leave the top, then they've done something wrong. But I think we can proceed, because at worst it comes to interpretation. It will be interpreted to include the ministries. Yes. So clause 4, as variously amended, stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended is stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Establishment of regional and district security councils.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Right. Mr. Speaker, clause 5, amendment proposed to delete establishment of. No.
Separate from verse.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman's amendment. It does no harm, but for elegance, the head notes is to guide us to understand. And at that level, my only worry there is when you look at the other committees of the council, then we come to regional and district security councils. Regional and district security councils. I was thinking that the committees will come elsewhere, because as I read through, I don't see committees come immediately. I see the Security Council, but I support the chairman's amendment. If it's more elegant if it reads regional and district security councils.
Mr. Speaker, I'm opposed to the chairman's amendment, and my submission is grounded on Roman 3 of the memo accompanying the bill. Clauses 5 to 11. Clause 5 establishes a security council for each region. So that provision is taken, this clause is taking its rules from the memo accompanying the bill. So that creation of those regional and district officers is founded on the accompanying memo. So it ought to be established. If you leave the heading like as you want us to leave it, regional and district councils, you haven't done anything. You have to establish it. You have to create it within the statute.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment of the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, if you read the whole provision in 5, from clause 1 to 4, there is no mention of it. In fact, 5.1 is saying there shall be a security council for each region and district. That is it. That shall be.
That is the establishment.
That's the establishment.
Yes, but Mr. Speaker, the confusion in the use of establishment is that you are establishing it as what?
Oh, I agree with you.
As a
Don't use the word
establishment. What is established is the National Security Council by the Constitution, and by this law, you are saying that there will be a district and regional security council. So if you are by this law establishing, you are establishing it as what? As a body corporate with all the features. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment of the chairman.
Mr. Speaker, further to the reasons alluded to by the chairman of the committee, what is a National Security Council, which the Constitution establishes. Any other matter or unit ensuing from the National Security Council will not be by this law. It will just ensue from the apex body, or if you like, to satisfy them, the umbrella body that's established by the Constitution.
Oh, Lord.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item GI.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, read drafts as follows, Mr. Speaker, as captured.
Honourable members, it's for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VII.
The Speaker, amendment proposed.
5
5 now. 3. Surplus 3, 2. Delete Security Council and insert Security Council. Small letters. These are just.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 5, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 as variously amended is ordered to stand of the bill. Clause 6.
Membership of Regional Council.
Item VIII. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Amendment proposed. Clause 6. Surplus 1, paragraph C. Delete. The Speaker, we are deleting C of 1. In our report, was still not decided. It wasn't conclusive. So that is why we're deleting C.
Okay. I wanted to give it to those who haven't but Agaga, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm opposed to the amendment. The C is the regional officer of the Bureau of National Communications, BNC. Mr. Speaker, we have argued on the principle, the underlying principle for the establishment of the BNC. And I thought there was unanimity at the close of the debate at the second reading. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest strongly that we retain the C. It should stand in view of the arguments that were raised. In fact, there was unanimity. Unanimity, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, the argument is that you are undercutting your committee. Let me listen to West first. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think that the amendment should not be supported because, you see, the BNC is the Bureau of National Communications. And the background to this is that if you as by practice, they are a very important institution in the affairs of the National Security Council. Indeed, there is a form of it already existing in the National Security Secretariat. And they deal with signals. They are supposed to deal with the issues of cybercrime, the rest of the things that will help even the National Bureau or National Intelligence Bureau and also the Research Department, because they are technology based and they get frequencies, they monitor frequencies, and anybody who wants to sabotage this country goes through this system. That is why the proposal was that it should be the third agency of the National Security Council. And as my colleague has already indicated, we all agreed. But all of a sudden, the committee is shaking left and right. There shouldn't be any such shaking, because that is a trend in the world. The best practice, after all the experts were consulted, they proposed that we should term this. Fortunately for us, this is not just declaring an institution is part of it. It has gone ahead to indicate clearly that we are in conformity with Clause 85 of the Constitution. We have given a name, we've given structure, we've given the functions, and therefore it is not a strange animal that is being found here. It is a structure that everybody, together with those who elected us, will know that we debated it and it's now part of the national security, the three agencies of the National Security Council. So there shouldn't be any issue of deleting this. Whatever the fears of those people, this bureau, we also still stand a risk of not being able to defend ourselves in terms of security.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Monitoring and Evaluation.
Mr. Speaker, when I read the committee's report, the impression I got was, even though it was put in the report that this amendment should come, it appears there was no consensus. Honorable Agaga, as he said the other time, explained to us, and I agree with him, that the wrath was that article, I believe it's 85, was why they thought it couldn't have been done. But we are told that you have to read that together with 93(2). So it's okay to have that. And in reality, it exists. It's been existing 2003 or 4. And it performs this function for the nation. I don't see how we can throw out such an organization. Money has been invested in it. So I don't think we should exclude them at all. I think we should make sure that they are there. Because if they are not, there will be a huge gap in our security system. And I think the chairman should consider that the practical reality is that it performs this function for Ghana. Then you say delete it.
Okay, great, Central.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I'm also opposed to the amendment by the able chairman of the committee. His amendment does not support global trends. We are living in a situation where our borders and northern neighboring countries are having all sorts of challenges. And communication is national security these days across the world. If you don't have a good national communication system to support the operation, then you wouldn't have any backbone to rely on, Mr. Speaker. So, opposed to the chairman's amendment, we need to retain this provision to support the architecture that exists. And it's been with us. Like the written leader said, it's called white noise. All those things will go. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman, what do you propose in view of the overwhelming disagreement?
Mr. Speaker, I cannot. Mr. Speaker, indeed it is true. In architecture, we are looking at the way the bill was introduced into the House. That is what is offering us this major. Indeed, the Signals Regiment has been the sole body that has been protecting all our government prior to independence. We cannot underscore its importance. It is very, very important that we have such a body. And so we just find a very beautiful way, I must use the word, a nice way, of ensuring that we have it established. But this is my concern. It was a major debate in committee, and we really were divided. That is why I had to come by this proposal this week.
So,
Mr. Speaker, in order not to delay this, I may suggest I flag it if members will indulge me, and then we make progress and come back.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, just to persuade the chairman to abandon it, along the line as the Minister for Monitoring and Evaluation observed, I became Minister for Communication, and one Major Asi, but he's passed on, was then a referral from the military to national security. He was the head of the BNC. And Mr. Speaker, in Kumasi, when you drive past Golden Tulip and you head towards the Regional Coordinating Council, you will see a structure being constructed in the name of Bureau of National Communication. In Tamale, just before the National Health, after after National Health Insurance and the NCAU building there, it is still the Bureau of Communication. I think that the chairman must be persuaded in it. They matter, and we will need them going forward. So I'll persuade the chairman that it is not, he should not pursue further one school. Mr. Speaker, all those young men holding, when you go to the region, the Gota people, they are regulated by the Regional Bureau of National Communications. Thank you.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think in principle, nobody disputes the central role of the Bureau of National Communications. Nobody disputes it. And, Mr. Speaker, nobody disputes the fact that in recent times, intelligence, and indeed intelligence gathering, so much hinges on communications. And necessarily, it must be part of the architecture that we want to construct. Speaker, as we argue time, I think the issue now that should agitate our minds is whether or not we will not offend Article 5 of the Constitution. Article 85 of the Constitution, if we included it at this stage, when 85 provides that no agency, establishment, or other organization concerned with national security shall be established except as provided for under this Constitution. How do we establish it? Establish it by an enactment. The Speaker, the Bureau of National Communications being part of this architecture, would that amount to enacting the existence of the Bureau of National Communications Agency? Certainly no. Certainly no. And that is where the difficulty is. As a matter of fact, initially, I argued that it should be part of the architecture. Unfortunately, many more astute constitutional lawyers and constitutional purists are indicating to us that by this, if we include it in the architecture, we'll be offending the Constitution and it will be unconstitutional. So they indicate to us that if we have to elevate this, that is the Bureau of National Communications, as an agency, we need an enactment to establish it by law. If we want to include it here, we could include it. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, we may have to err on the side of caution. The only reason that I think is compelling me to support the position of the chair, because, Mr. Speaker, I would say that even the constitutional lawyers, when I had the opportunity to meet them, 9 of them, there was no unanimity. But as a matter of fact, 7 argued that we would be going against the Constitution if we did. and 2 of them said they didn't think so. And you don't want to embarrass yourself that maybe in the face of the Constitution, you are providing a window to more or less include an agency that has not been formally established by any enactment. Mr. Speaker, that is my worry. That is my worry.
Tamale Central.
Speaker, thank you so very much. Mr. Speaker, Clause 6 is about membership of the Regional Security Council. We are being invited at Clause Roman number 8 to delete paragraph subclause C. The question to ask is there a Bureau of National Communication? Yes. Does the Bureau have a regional director or regional officer? Yes. Is the regional officer necessary for the composition of the Regional Security Council? Yes. This is not about the legal status of the of national communication. Clause 6 is not talking about the legal status, whether or not we should act an act or we should deem it to be in existence. Clause 6 is just recognizing that there is a regional officer for the Bureau of National Communication, and that it is desirous that this regional officer, who is already on the ground and working, be part of the Regional Security Council. And I don't see anything wrong with it. There's absolutely wrong with it. And so we should not believe at the point. Let's, Chairman should be listening to us. Chairman, there is, and you know.
Chairman is lobbying.
It's lobbying.
Lobbying.
On the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, Chairman knows that there is already in existence a Bureau of National Communications. And he knows that in the northern region, as my leader, the minority leader has said, there is a regional officer of the Bureau of National Communication. He knows. And we all agree that communication is sine qua non in this modern day and era for our fight against many of the security issues in our sub-region and globally. And so, if he's there, because the district chief executive is not a security officer. The minister of the regional minister or the regional minister is not a security officer. The regional minister is not a security officer. But they are important for the purposes of coordinating security in the regions. So, as well as the regional officer of the Bureau of National Communications. So we are talking about membership. And if we get to the establishment or deeming to be in existence the Bureau of National Communication, then we can deal with that. But for now, we are dealing with the membership of the Bureau of National Communication at the regional level.
Yes, Chairman of Constitution and Legal.
This deletion is informed by clause 12 of the bill, which is seeking to make the Bureau of National Communications part and parcel of the National Security Intelligence Agency. 12.2, which said, subclause, Mr. Speaker, at appropriate time will also be proposed, is also being proposed to be deleted. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader has ably and in no uncertain terms articulated why 1B cannot stand, Mr. Speaker, because of Article 85 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, in Article 84, we have external intelligence, we have internal intelligence, and then we have military intelligence. If we want to make the Bureau of National Communication to be part of the security intelligence agencies, as being part of the National Security Intelligence Agencies, Mr. Speaker, we can only do this by an act of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we cannot just lift it and incorporate it as being part of the membership of the Regional Security Council if we don't give it a legal basis. Some have argued, Mr. Speaker, that we can just straight away create it by providing an establishment clause in the bill. Mr. Speaker, that's not the intendment of Article 85. And when we are establishing state agencies, Mr. Speaker will bear me out, and most members here will attest to the fact that there's a procedure we have to follow. We have to give it a governing council in accordance with the Constitution, and so on and so forth. So, Mr. Speaker, the long and the short of it is that if we purport to make the the Bureau of National Communication being part of the security and intelligence agencies, so far as this bill is concerned, Mr. Speaker, Article 5, which has well been referred to, would have been breached. It is on the basis of this submission, Mr. Speaker, that this deletion is being predicated upon. So we will also support the chairman by his proposal that this provision should be amended, and I also support the majority leader that based on the relevant provision of the Constitution, this provision, Mr. Speaker, cannot stand. So I so submit.
Member for.
Mr. Speaker,
Yeah.
just to provide you with an information that current in our various districts, metropolitan assemblies, the BNI officer for the district is a member of the BNC is a member of that particular committee, and so it wouldn't breach anything because they already attend the meetings all the time. The membership of it, where they are. It's
Yes.
Since we are sharing information, Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, we anticipated this problem back in around 2000 when it was set up, and we advised national security to make it legal. They told us that they will be bringing it. And this is why it's causing the conflict. If we had done that then, this wouldn't be a problem. It is true that in practice, they are around. In practice, they are around. But as my colleague said, legally, they don't have an arm. But Mr. Speaker, it looks like this may keep us here till 6. I plead with you, if you can ask us to step it down, and then we know
and come back.
I think so. This amendment should be deferred. Otherwise, because we're already wasting too much time. We'll proceed with the next one.
Yes, Speaker, if you may indulge. Speaker, if you may indulge me, I would like to step this amendment down, and so we can make progress.
Very well. So let's proceed with item IX.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, item IX, subclause 1, paragraph M, delete head and insert director.
All in favor of the proposed amendment? Yes. As a Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment proposed by the chairman. In that, if you look at the current legislation on NADMO, in terms of ranking, the Director General from Director General, then you come to Regional Director, then Municipal to District Director. So, title attached to the rank is Director. So, I think there's nothing wrong with the amendment proposed by the chairman. Thank you.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item X.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed subclause L, line 1, before 1, insert list.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now we will defer the question on clause 6. We have deferred discussion of item VIII. Yes.
Yeah, but I had an amendment to propose in respect of I. Because if you look at clause 12 of this bill, we changed the name of the BNI to NIB. And yet, when it comes to the composition of the regional council, they have decided to use internal intelligence agency, which was an indicative position in the Constitution, Article 84, where the National Security Council was issued. Now, the argument is, we have in 12, we said that it is now renamed. And yet you come here and say that that person is the director of Internal Intelligence Agency. Our BNI is not called Internal Intelligence Agency. Our research department people are not called External Intelligence Agency. This is indicative because in the whole world, you always have an intelligence agency operating within and the one without. Since independence, the research department has been the one responsible for intelligence. And the BNI, Bureau of National Investigation, you are confusing me now. Investigation, yes. It has been the for the internal intelligence. And we have passed regulations and laws naming this institution as the BNI. If we want to change it, the change has to be effected here to reflect. But you see, if you now put intelligence agency here and go to 12 and maintain internal intelligence agency here, you are changing the name of the DNI. And nobody does that. Internationally, we always have and internal agencies. So the Constitution in Article 84 just shows indicative positions that there should be a military, in the military intelligence there should be external intelligence, but we have names for them and we have legislated for them. So if we are changing the name change must reflect it and not.
So which now can you propose your amendment?
My proposed amendment is that the regional commander of the National Intelligence Bureau. No, National Intelligence Bureau, because if you look at clause 12, we have changed the name of GNI to NIP. So it should so reflect.
Which subclause are you referring to? (6)(1)(I), the regional commander of the Internal Intelligence Agency. And you said yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, what we have in Article 83 are not indicative. They are not indicative. We have the Director of External Intelligence. They are capitalized. So they are not indicative. If you have the Director small d, external small e, and intelligence small I, that will be indicative. These official names assigned to the agencies. The Speaker, you would appreciate what we did, even in one. So what we could do, recognizing this, is just to go to the interpretations column, because the Speaker, it doesn't only relate to what the honorable legislator has just said. If you come to the Commissioner of Customs, Excise and Preventive Service, the person then is not known as a commissioner. He's a Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority. So you have to reflect that. But because of what you have elected to do, you must state what is contained in the Constitution. And then when you go to the interpretations, you then interpret it to mean that the Commissioner of Customs, Excise and Preventive Service, as contained in Section 1, is the Director General of the Ghana Revenue Authority. That is it. Mr. Speaker, when you come to where we are now, I think there's a mention of the commissioner, the head of the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. That one is appropriate. Maybe the regional, I don't know whether it's the regional director of that one is particularized. It relates to the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we can leave it, and then when we go to interpretation, we will give the appropriate meaning.
Very well. Clause 6 has been deferred on clause 6 anyway. So I'm going to clause 7.
Draw attention to clause 6. Clause 6, verse 10. The advertised amendment is subclause 1 line 1. It's wrong. It's wrong. So it's subclause 1, paragraph O, line 2. Line 2. Subclause 1, subclause 6, subclause 1, paragraph O, line 2. The drafters will know exactly where it is.
Mr. Speaker, we're a little bit challenged. Documents we are both using. I'm using just a print out from the ministry because we took this business under a certificate of urgency. So this print came before us. The print my colleague is using is different from the print I'm using, and based on the work that the table office did, they work with the script that I am holding. That is why the advertisement is so. But very rightly so, it is O. And in mine, it is 1. Line 1.
Very well. Clause 7.
Functions of Regional Security Council.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
The Speaker, amendment proposed as captured in pages 24 and 25 of clause 7. We are redrafting the preamble, and so it starts captured in pages 24 and 25 of clause 7.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XII. Yes,
The Speaker, amendment proposed phrase.
XII is your amendment. It's a minority leader's amendment.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mine is just to see if we improve the rendition. Mr. Speaker, currently 7 reads, Regional Security Council shall, in relation to the region. I want the words relation to deleted. It should just read, a Regional Security Council in the region shall. What you have just said, but Mr. Speaker, still, then I'll price his own. In 7A, he says government. Provide early warning as to the government. What is government? Government is an omnibus machinery. If you are saying provide it to the council, say so, but you cannot say government. You cannot say government. And then even though he says that my 7 is overtaken by events. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So your amendment actually has been overreached. So clause 7 as amended.
No, Mr. Speaker, I've raised objection to the use of the word government in provide early warning signals to government. You must be communicating to somebody that we can hold responsible. Government, who is government? All of
Government
you are
as defined in the Constitution.
Thank you.
Yes, Chairman of Constitutional Legal, you are on your feet.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the clause 7, there should be before A, before provide to. Otherwise, the statement or the provision will not make sense. Are to provide, but it's not. It's not provided for in the and then.
Yes, sir. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, apart from what the chairman for Constitutional Legal has indicated, the A, there seems to be a repetition. A says to provide early warning signals to the government of the existence or likelihood of a security threat to the region or the country. Our government is not needed. We should delete the government at the end. We are providing the early warning signals to the government.
You see, they're here. Honorable Leader, the first reference to government is to receive the information, to provide early signals to government, that is one, of the existence of or likelihood of security threat to the region, the country, or the government. So the government is important because it can also be informed that there's a security threat to it. Even the same government receiving the information also be that it suffers a security threat. All in favor of clause 7? All in favor of clause 7B? Yes.
My chairman, Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, Honorable Banda, made an amendment, a proposed amendment to clause A. In my view, clause 7A, in my view, that amendment attaches to all. Because in clause B is consultation with the council, take. 2, in consultation with the council, take. It's in the infinitive. All of them are supposed to be in the infinitive.
Yes. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All in say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 7 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. Very well. Clause 7 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Membership of District Security Council.
Amendment proposed. First is by the Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, I was just guided by Article 83, and it uses the mandatory word shall. So a District Security Council shall consist of. Thank you. I shall submit. Why? Go to 83. You sorry.
Yes. Makango.
Mr. Speaker, that's in line with 7. A regional security council shall, I'm saying that it is in line with what we have in the preamble in 7, and also in 9. And so the regional security council in relation to
all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say the ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, item heavy. Chairman.
The Speaker, item XAV is similar to the earlier deletion, and so I would want to step it down for now.
Very well.
XIV, deleting of E.
Speaker, the amendment shall is right, but as of the agreement, the auxiliary consists. So I just wanted to draw your attention so that you direct it. Shall consist, not consist with S. Oh, yeah.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, kindly speak to your mic.
Regarding the West Internal Intelligence Agency, we know what it is, our intelligence bureau, isn't it? So in G, that consequential amendment should have been made. AG.
AG.
8G as in God.
Divisional Commander of the Internal
Of the
Intelligence.
National Intelligence Bureau.
Very well. We did not effect that amendment. We said we will provide the definition at the end of which body constitutes the internal intelligence agency. That's what we did. Yeah. So, the clause 8, Chairman, you said we should delete sub-clause 1, right? And it's the same matter has been deferred.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, XIV, I want to step it down.
Very well.
For further consultation.
XIV is
yes.
deferred.
So I want to move to XV.
XV, yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph H, delete district officer and insert officer in charge. The resignation is going to be the officer in charge of the Internal Intelligence Agency.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes of the amendment is carried. Item XVI.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed XVI, subclause 1, paragraph K, delete head and insert director. K. So, Mr. Speaker, it reads the district director of the National Disaster Management Organization.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XVII.
The Speaker, clause 9.
No.
Oh, what else?
We have clause 8 VII.
Amendment proposed. Add the following new paragraph. The head of the prison service where applicable, and
as many as are in favor of the amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, the district, the amendment effected, both the last one, the one before, where we substituted district officer for officer in charge. That should be completed. So when you say the officer in charge of the Internal Intelligence Agency in the district, it should be completed in the district. The officer in charge in the district. That is it. So you have the fire officer in charge of the district. The district head, the national, you are mentioning officers in the district. That's why in all you find that it ends in the district.
But the others don't have in the district there. They have the district executive, chief executive, district police commander, and so on. None of them has in the district at the end.
Mr. Speaker, L, the designated of the military unit responsible for the district.
Because they don't have an established unit at any district.
It's correct. Yes. It must be within the district. You must close it.
Yes, leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe it doesn't cause any harm. Because the others, starting from A, the district chief executive, the divisional police commander, where applicable, the district police commander, the crime officer, and where it does not begin, then at the end we have in charge of the district, in charge of the district. So really, I think I believe the House will live, but avoidance of doubt, we will live with the amendment proposed.
Very well. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, I cannot put the question on the entire clause 8.
Mr. Speaker, I have a minor on sub 1M. And in mine it will be line 1, but in others it's going to be line 2. Before the word 1, at least.
What is that?
3 other persons appointed by the chairman of the council, at least one of whom is a woman and another a community leader in the district with knowledge in human security.
To which clause are we referring? Is it 8M? Mine doesn't read what you read, that's why. What I have here is 3 other persons nominated by the district chief executive in consultation with the regional minister, a minister responsible for national security. Or we've gone to 8M. That's what I'm reading.
Eight members, 3 other persons appointed by the chairman of the council. And we are saying we insert consistency, we insert at least one of whom is a woman.
I'm not looking at 6 either. I'm reading the Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill 2020 and page 8, clause 8 on page 7, 1M, 3 other persons nominated by the district chief executive in consultation with the regional minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, you may look at the 3rd July 2020 edition. 3rd July 2020 edition. If you are not looking at 3rd July 2020 edition, you may be getting it wrong. With respect.
Well, no, the amendments are contained in the other paper. But I was inserting the amendments in my copy, but I appear to have had a different copy. So 8M, 3 other persons appointed by the chairman of the council, one of whom is a woman. And
Mr. Speaker, before 1, on the first line.
At least.
At least, yes, please.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the amendment proposed, Chairman, subsequently got amended. And so what was proposed to be done is 3 other persons, 3 other persons, at least one of whom is a woman, appointed by the chairman of the council, who are leaders in the community, in the communities, in the district, with knowledge in human security.
Yes, Leader. I didn't get your amendment. At least one of whom is a woman.
Yes.
But you are reading
3 other persons, at least one of whom is a woman, appointed chairman of the council. The Speaker, that is how it should be. Who are leaders in community, in addition, with knowledge in human security, who are leaders in the communities in the district with knowledge in human security.
I don't, please, are you following him? Are you talking about one or more people? One of whom is a woman, and another, a community leader, what is here? And another, a community leader. But it appears to me that's what he proposed. But he's introducing leaders. That generates confusion in my mind, I don't know. Yes.
The way it is formulated, the woman need not be a leader. It is just to satisfy the gender issue. And the way you have couched it, the woman necessarily has to be a leader. No. So okay, we should just leave the woman. If we make it that way, we won't get a woman.
I think what yes, constitutional legal.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think that three persons, two set aside. Three persons, one of whom at least should be a woman, and then another person, a community in the district with knowledge in human security. That is the understanding. Yes, that should be.
That is, and it's clear. So I'll put the question. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, I can't put the question on clause 8 because we have deferred one paragraph. Clause 9.
Functions of District Security Council.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
The Speaker. Amendment proposed, clause 9. We are redrafting as captured on page 26.
Now, members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any answer in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Amendment is carried. Now, clause 9 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes clause 9 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Establishment of committees.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
The Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 2. We are deleting the entire sub 2. But didn't advertise subclause 1.
No, subclause 1.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. XX.
The Speaker, we are deleting 3 well.
So we are deleting 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes, please.
Yes. Honourable members, the proposed amendment is to subclauses 3, 4, 5, 6 for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Member, 4 hours.
The Speaker, indeed, when I looked at the amendment being proposed, there currently exists the Joint Intelligence Committee, which is functioning. Now, the purpose of this bill was to make sure many of that exist and functioning are formalized in an act of parliament. And then the chairman cannot just say that he's deleting all the committees the way he's talking about. What is the reason? Because apart from 1 or 2 that I knew, The Joint Intelligence Committee is made up of the intelligence chiefs meeting with the coordinator periodically to review the intelligence situation. The other additions that were made, National Security Committee, the Public Order and Civil Committee, and now Ministerial Security Committee. These are additions. But obviously, if you look at the National Security Council, and then you are forming a National Security Committee, there is a bit of a problem. But the Joint Intelligence Committee is important because it has to have the Joint Intelligence Chiefs meet and review from time to time the intelligence situation of the country. So I will not accept or support the idea of deleting all these. At least we should have Joint Intelligence Committee which is and operates. So on the basis of that, I want a further amendment for us to still keep C, Joint Intelligence Committee, under subclause 2.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I want to persuade my colleague spoke that in 1, we are saying that the Council may establish committees consisting of members of the Council and non-members of both to perform the functions of the Council. Mr. Speaker, admittedly, we would not want to tie the hands also by legislating every manner of committee that we would want them to work with. We want to give them the flexibility to be able to work. Indeed, it is true that there are other cross-sectorial committees, but these are the functions of the National Security Coordinator. There are no specific, in Act 526, we don't have a clear committee set out as a joint intelligence committee. However, the National Security Coordinator coordinates the functions of the intelligence agencies as part of its functions. And so to leave these committees out to the Council, so they determine what sort of committees they would want to. And I want to persuade my colleague to at least listen to my submission. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman had invited me to Agosombo, and I was of the meeting. I do not recall a decision to delete 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I do not recall. Chairman.
That was a standing committee meeting.
Mr. Speaker, because 10, 2, 3, 8, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are important. They are very, very important. Because, you see, 10.1 is saying that they can establish committees. They can establish. But 10.2 is saying that these committees in 10.2 must necessarily be there. Be there. So there must be a National Security Committee. There must be a Public Order and Civil Protection Committee. There must be a Joint Committee. Ministerial Security Coordinating Committee. They must be there, in addition to all the committees they can form in one. What harm does it cause? And 2 is saying that the membership shall be determined by...
Without 2, 3, can they establish those committees?
They can establish all committees.
So it doesn't change anything. I think the value is the same.
Mr. Speaker,
but if you prescribe it, it means they must have it, even if the circumstances change.
Yes, because
but in intelligence, we are in a very fluid situation.
For the purposes of, you see, we had all agreed that the National Security Council must operate in a transparent manner and not opaque manner. That decisions concerning national security must be decided and determined by set up as national security, so that everybody knows that this decision, the subcommittee on national security considered it. This in accord with transparency. If there is a problem going on demonstration, we know that the Public Order and Civil Protection Committee has met on it and decided and given a recommendation to the council. Why do we want to hide it under?
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the 10.1 provides that the council may establish committees consisting of members of the council and or non-members, or both, to perform a function of the council. What it means is that they can set up as many committees as possible. You can establish as many committees as possible. Mr. Speaker, the issues of security and intelligence really belong to a very fluid field. To legislate these committees, tomorrow the environment may be altered completely. Is the reason why, and of course you also do know that the national security and intelligence architecture, wherever it is shrouded in a bit of secrecy. So that is one thing. But the second thing is because of the fluid nature of matters relating to national security. For instance, the Speaker, there has not been a final resolution as to the cause of the COVID-19 affliction that has invaded the world. People are saying, some scientists are saying that it was born out of a test tube experiment. Some are saying that it's a biological weapon. It's not been settled yet. The Speaker, if indeed it is settled, we may need perhaps a conference at the highest level relating to national security. There may be an invasion of locusts to destroy the crops of Ghanaian farmers, produced somewhere and unleashed on us. There may be a national security committee on agriculture. The Speaker, so Italy wouldn't add anything if we said, okay, in that regard, the transparency rule that my colleague alluded to is relevant. It's relevant. But anytime, don't forget, ultimately Parliament should have oversight. Ultimately, there should be civilian control over this. There should be. That is in sync with democratic tenets. Unless I'm out of order. So why do you erect yourself as something else? Mr. Speaker, so I think that if you left it, Mr. Speaker, our own standing orders. Let me relate to something. We used to say, and of course it's part of these standing orders, the proceedings, and I'm quoting Order 47, the proceedings of Parliament shall ordinarily be conducted in the English language, except that a member may exercise the option to address the House in either, and I will list some, Akan, Nzima, Gan, Ebe, Hausa, Nagari, or in any other local language provided facilities exist in the House for its interpretation. And the collective wisdom of this House, the Technical Committee, and of course subsequently the Standing Orders Committee, we decided that no, we don't need to participate to the extent that any person could speak in his or her local language. Just let us say that in English language, any other local language. That's what we did. The Speaker is of the same application. If the Council can establish any committee that it deems fit and appropriate, why particularize? That's the rationale.
Yes, Honorable Manuel.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the leader and I've listened to the committee chair. My first preliminary objection to the chairman's proposal is policy. When you read page III, the explanatory memorandum, the bill provides clear guidelines on the channels of touch, and it names these committees. So that's a policy decision. Now, if you now want to come and delete 10.2, Mr. Speaker, I just use one example. Why will you have a public order and civil protection committee? It is because the rights and freedoms guaranteed under this constitution, particularly under Chapter 5, limited only to the extent that they involve matters of public safety, morality, and national security. So in the Public Order Act, you may want to guarantee, national security will say that a particular demonstration should happen or not happen. Then the street action happens, individual civilians are beaten or they suffer. National security must review the consequence of that event. That is why you are recommending a committee like Public Order and Civil Protection. When we allow soldiers to go, you know what they do to civilians. We don't want those unfriendly relationships. So I think that 10 simply saying that create committees, but among the committees you create, let there be a committee on national security, which is your primary core function. Then Public Order and Civil Protection, because there's a Public Order Act. When you action it, there are ramifications which will border on rights and freedoms. You want them to do an introspection themselves at national security. What happened at Circle? Is it right or wrong? How do we improve upon it? Having granted the enjoyment of that particular right to procession and others. So, Chairman, I don't see the merit of wanting to delete 10.2. One, as I've said, does not sit with policy. In the explanatory memorandum, an explanation has been given why it is a part. We are not saying that they cannot create the kind of committee leader has spoken about. You have COVID. Now, national security, this 10 in its entirety doesn't prevent them from creating a public health national security committee as additional to what is provided for in this law. But we are saying that, and when you come to 11, you would have seen the Ministerial Security Coordinating Committee, which you yourself in your wisdom handed, including what leader said that add Attorney General, add this. Even in some countries, they will include the Bank of Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, yes. The Bank of Togo. The governor of the Central Bank. In our country, we could include. So, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, abandon this amendment and let 10 stay as it is. It doesn't prevent them tomorrow from doing that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister. I have already exceeded my allowed for.
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker. I am of the humble view that we shouldn't fetter how such a body should run. Security and intelligence agency. And we are sitting here trying to micromanage how they have their committee sittings. You see, it will be very unfortunate for us to hem them in. I thought if all these agencies who constitute the National Security Intelligence Agency, exist, they know to run their affairs. So I think I support what the chairman is saying, that let's give them a blanket, way of running their affairs. And then they will determine which particular committee will be relevant for, and I think that is how it should go. I'm afraid we will be sitting assuming that we understand security better than them. But they have specialized in their area, and they know how to run their affairs. So let's go with what the man is saying, and then we'll leave them to do what is right. I'm afraid.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, because if we are not careful, then by legislation we are trying to micromanage how the security setup should run, and that is not our business.
Honourable members, we are talking much ado about nothing. Look at 2. Without limiting subsection, the council may. So in actual fact, we are giving them a discretion. We are suggesting a committee they may set up to them. So in truth and in fact, for me, it doesn't add any value, it doesn't take anything away from them. They may choose to establish them or not. So if we spend all the time discussing something they may or may not, my view is we are not adding any value to the bill anyway. If they are not there, it won't add anything. If it is there, it won't add anything. So I suggest that we find to limit further discussion of this matter and let's go on. What are you suggesting? We bring
Mr. Speaker, are you minded to put a question on 10 as amended?
Yes, if you are not reaching conclusion, I'll put a question.
Mr. Speaker, put a question on 10, then we can move progress.
There's nothing more to be heard that has not been, my brother. You shouted, even though not to the mic, I heard you. All in favor of the proposed amendments, say aye. All against, say no. The noes have it. The noes have it. Yes, Honorable.
Respectfully.
Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, with respectfully, I saw one person punch his mic and shout into it. Mr. Speaker, with respect, if a question again, with respect.
As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it this time. What's interesting is that those who intended to say yes were not paying attention at the time the question were put, and then they came back to find a ways to get the question re-put back. Well, the ayes have it. The amendments are carried. So we can bring the consideration to a close for now and do your addendums.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we can speedily run through the addendum. The papers will be presented and the drafter will take it.
Very well. That brings us to the end of the Consideration of Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill 2020 for today. Yes, Honorable Leader, there are 2 addendum papers before me. They are not addendum 1 and addendum 2, they are all addendum. Yes.
I said order paper addendum.
2 before me, which one do you want us to ask?
Which one?
one relating to the BOT, the Shanty Port Services, and there's one relating to mineral royalties and so on.
Mr. Speaker, all of them have been encapsulated in new one. The other people didn't. Not the fourth one. This other one.
All right. Okay. Other people addendum. 1. Presentation of papers. A. I. By the Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister for Finance is here.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Deputy Minister, you may.
Minerals Royalties Investment Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, the Minerals Income Investment Fund, Ejapa Royalties Limited, and ARG Royalties Ghana Limited, in relation to the gold royalties monetization transaction with the Minerals Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978.
The paper is duly presented and is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. AII.
Amended and restated Minerals Royalties Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, the Minerals Income Investment Fund, Ejapa Royal Limited, and ARG Royalties Ghana Limited, in relation to gold royalties monetization transaction under the Royals Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978.
The paper is duly presented, referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Item III.
Relationship agreement with the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, the Minerals Income Investment and Ejapa Royalties Limited, in relation to gold royalties monetization transaction under the Minerals Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Item IV.
As agreement between the Minerals Income Investment Fund and Ejapa Royalties Limited for the assignment of the rights of the fund to Ejapa to receive the royalty due from ARG under the investment agreement for the acquisition of the allocated minerals royalties from in consideration for shares to be issued to Ejapa to the fund at the agreement of $1 billion.
The paper is duly presented to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Item B, by the Minister for Roads and Highways.
Mr. Speaker, the B really is the joint rise between the Minister for Roads and Highways and Transport as well. So now that we have the transfer here, I believe he could do the presentation.
Very well. Honorable Minister for Transport. Aye.
Design, finance, construct, maintain and transfer agreements between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Department of Urban Roads, and AP Mola Capital, PS, and Africa Infrastructure Fund 1, K/S, for an amount of $205 million United States dollars in respect of the territorial roads and associated facility projects.
The paper is duly presented. Is referred to Committee on Roads and Transport to consider and report. II.
Mr. Speaker, you do everything, yeah.
Transaction Advisory Service Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Ghana Highway Authority, and International Limited of UK, for an amount of $2,078,000 $68,288 United States dollars 75 cents and £63,693 90 pence for the Public-Private Partnership (PPP) upgrading of the Accra-Tema Motorway project.
The paper duly presented is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport to consider and report. Aye.
Transaction advice agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Ghana Highway Authority, and Machines Feedback Infra Private Limited, in joint venture with Medics Africa Limited, for an amount of $3,574,796 United States dollars and 38 cents for the Public-Private Partnership (PPP) feasibility study and follow-up procurement activities for the Accra-Takoradi Motorway project.
The paper is duly presented is referred to the Committee on Transport, Roads and Transport to consider and report. Item C, by the Chairman of the Committee.
Reports of the Committee on Roads and Transport in the Build, Operate and Transfer (BOT) concessionary agreements between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represent the Ministry of Transport, Ghana Shippers Authority, and Ashanti Port Services Limited, a consortium of Afam Quality Limited, Ghana, and DSS Associates of South Korea, for an amount up to $330 million United States dollars for the development of the Buankra Inland Ports.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Chairman, we are not going to do the motions, are we? Either? No. Very well. On that note, the House is adjourned to tomorrow, Friday, 14th of August, 2020, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.